We're back. Now with less muting. I'm enjoying a delicious burrito bowl. See? The avocado looks weird because of my green screen. You can actually see through the avocado. But with that carnitas I made last week on stream, do I watch Monty or finish watching The Boys? The latest season of The Boys is bad. Check out my video on Last Free Nation Culture about season 4 of The Boys. Not watching a KT versus T1 banger. I've already seen it. I talked about it. I talk about it on the Monty and Wolf show, which will be coming out shortly. So you can look forward to that. I have, however, not seen these games.
The series just kind of goes from there, and Guangdong actually have stepped it up so much when it comes to their mid to late game.
We'll see how all unfolds here as we dive into the draw.
Locked in on this current match.
To be fair, I don't think the mid to late game was ever Guangdong's problem. It was a laning phase with Bulldog a lot of the time. Now, as we start off this series, hopefully what we're not going to see is first pick Nid from D+, because that was terrible in the T1 series. They had no setup for it. And what we're going to be watching here is can Bulldog, so Bulldog has played only Corki and Trist, except for one game against T1 where he played Yone and was terrible. So they're already banning this. This looks like it's setting up to be a first pick Trist.
Corki, Tristana, Yone, or Hui for Bulldog, and it's one Hui game that he's played so far.
Yeah, one Hui game.
Who's pushed that far into the draft. Like, they know exactly.
But it's been like 90% Corki Trist.
So many other teams.
The boys, they didn't know how to fix the issue from the previous season. That's exactly what I said. They just deleted season 3 and pretended it didn't exist this season. It's so weird.
Going to be taken away. And Tristana last ban, do they just get rid of all of them? No, it will be the Viego. It'll be removed.
Yeah, probably looking for a Tristana B1 here, but the value of...
Yeah, it feels Tristana B1 for sure.
Because if is also weird.
Absolutely insane.
No, we didn't just... Why would we ban Corki Hui and then first pick Vi? Like, they're just going to take Trist Sejuani? Trist Maokai? They're going to take Maokai in the first 3. This is just... Guangdong just plays Maokai Trist every game.
Really, when we saw the Viego ban, we also could give D+ Talia.
Oh, they're just going to take Ezreal into the bot side, so they're going to take Maokai here, right? Oh, the Morgana. All right. So, you know, the Morgana, Speaker pulled this out on FlyQuest or on Dignitas. I thought it was really good. He didn't play it super well, but it was a very good pick. But into the Vi, that's very interesting. So I like the modifications. Sorry, they banned the Maokai here. I'm dumb. It's interesting that they would ban that instead of picking it for themselves. But looks like they successfully baited out the Vi pick.
I like this. I think this is something that they maybe didn't have to pull out this early.
But trading Trist Ezreal for Vi Zeri feels super bad.
And then just pick it later in the rotation, because there's absolutely...
You can also still... Okay, they banned Nautilus, which... I mean, the thing is that Zeri is very safe if you ban Vi Nautilus, because you don't have a lot of targeted CC. So you have to figure out another way to get on top of her. And they're banning Leona now to make sure that that happens. But Skarner falls all the way through this draft. And Skarner can go through walls, so he can actually follow the Zeri using his E if she dashes over a wall.
And it is the Gragas for King, and they're bringing it back after quite a long amount of time.
All right, Gragas, one of Kingan's classic picks.
Into Morgana as well, but there's only one black shield, and the magic damage that he does that, although...
Yeah, more. I assume this is more jungle, but it's still technically a flex pick. Yeah, Rel, so you actually get some additional engage. Not great, I don't think, into Zeri, but...
Because if you have Blitzcrank Morgana, if you ever...
Might be, the thing is that it might be hard to lock down the Zeri, and Aiming's a very good Zeri player in the late game because there is no Vi or Nautilus on their team.
Navigate this lane well, and to what extent is Cuz going to be able to negate the impact of that mid-jungle duo?
Pivot from both sides.
Skipping forward into the game.
This is a big match.
It is.
Yeah, I Bulldog only played Tristan like 2 more champs. I agree, man. That's why it's so weird that you would ban 2 of them, but then take Vi first.
Just to go back to yesterday, of course I was watching from home, but man, the vibes.
It added so much.
Yeah, a regular
really
season telecom war, like being played in a big venue like that's super awesome. And hopefully, you know, maybe sometime in the future, we can see this matchup right here.
And being filled.
Yeah,
Regular season.
I know.
It's
and the
cool.
cheerleaders and everything like that. It felt like I was watching a baseball game.
Yeah,
you know?
everyone kept saying that. I've never watched a baseball game in.
I've only seen the videos of when like the when the KT team goes to.
That's why they won.
Yeah, there we go.
They had practice. They knew.
Aha.
Cuz going to be starting off with an invader. Obviously was spotted, so we might see some vertical jungling happening here. Do note that Morgana's clear up.
The
When deft and
legal,
barrel.
yeah, when the
All right, interesting invade here.
That's why they won.
Does give up some priority in the bot lane
Clear speed take is so insane.
right away, and so vertical jungling. So they're trying to just Raptor clear, and then Morgana's actually doubling back here because to try and disrupt this. Lucid has no smite because he went blue first, whereas Cuz went Raptors, so he's got to walk away basically. Very nicely done, actually, by Kwang Dog. I wonder how much they're going to lose out in the bot side as a result of that. Looks like not too much. Food. Ansbach of Iberia. I am eating of the burrito. So some of the carnitas I made last week, plus the salsa, plus the pico de gallo, plus rice, cheese, and a whole avocado. It's delicious.
It also gives you the auto reset, so you can chew through your camps a little bit quicker. So big win for Cuz there. Nothing major, right? Like one camp is not going to be the end of the world, but it is going to set a jungler. Once it gets to level
Jasmine, I was able to go to the T1 home ground event in person. Was really impressed with the several thousand fans that came to watch a regular season game. How feasible do you think it is for other teams to draw that amount of fans to fill a stadium for regular season? I think, you know, teams like Hanwha and T1 and KT, maybe D+ can do it. But maybe like once per season, I would think that would be fun. I really like the idea. It seemed to, I mean, it was a little scuffed in terms of production, but I think the positives far outweighed the negatives. Wolf and I talk a lot about that on the newest Monty and Wolf show, which should be coming out today. You made carnitas? Tell us more. Well, there's a VOD on my YouTube channel of me making carnitas with a recipe in the description for you guys. It's in the live tab of my YouTube channel. So we'll do more. I think we're gonna do some more cooking, not this week, but next week.
Because it's not the grass, right?
It's
so
definitely
like
not,
it's not that bad.
I think it's also good. They did kind of kill full tank, and I think full tank Gragas was not particularly interactive. So I'm quite happy about that. As they're gonna meet here, Cuz obviously gonna be up a level, might be looking for a second Raptor invade, and a lot of this also flows from the fact. And particularly the fact that Lucid couldn't really go for anything in that early level 2 when they were at the red buff is because Bulldog had Prio. And Showmaker, you know, you're not really expected to have Prio against the Tristana for the first couple of levels, so it doesn't come as a surprise. It is going to be a nice little victory here. Both junglers now going to be backing, but because upper Raptor camp.
Yeah, and a scuttle. Yeah, that's pretty big for Cuz on this Morgana. We'll see whether he can continue to push this lead. We saw that leads don't necessarily mean everything in our last series when it comes to the jungle in the early game.
Yep, special series.
As crash down from Andal, is he taking a fair bit of damage, but Leaper able to offer a bunch back there as well. As Amy and Kellen just happen.
Does the Cooking with Monty show have an official name yet? I have one in mind, but I'm getting graphics made, and I need to get all the domains and social media wrapped up for that one, so I'm not going to say it because otherwise people will park it.
It's Dudu with a slight lead, pretty even in the mid lane, and Lucid still playing the catch-up game, trying to get towards Cuz, who just hits level 5.
He's not catching up. That's just how it works with AP junglers.
Oh, Genji would be another team that could probably, you know, fill an arena. I think it's up to the LCK teams, though, to, like, pick some rivalries, like the Telecom Wars, and start to develop those. Like, having a D++ Genji rivalry would probably be really good, considering how close those series have been. You know? Seems like a fun rivalry to develop.
You have a throw a big barrel.
You do. Just a big barrel.
It works out. As I think that we're having a look at what is going to be, you know, the crux.
Am I the guy that started the T1 hate? Yep.
And that is whether or not
I started it by, you know, doing a T1 hype train at Worlds. I'm clearly T1's #1 hater, guys.
Certifications haven't come on through. We need to do the paperwork, and we'll see whether it is going to be something that aiming can do once again. Of course, 5-1 on this pick, I believe, for aiming. As both him and Leaper have played a fair bit of the Zeri so far this season.
Oh, interesting here. So what happened is the junglers both got spotted. Lucid immediately started Dragon, and then had to clear the ward. Morgana in particular has such an insanely quick Drake take. I gotta say though, I don't know if this really means anything. Like, Kwangdong is rotating, but there's a huge wave that was pushed into bottom by...
Do you think coaches need better players to do their jobs better? Of course.
A waste of time. I understand the idea of trying to contest this, but realistically, if you have to catch bot wave, you're not going to be able to get anything going. So nicely done there, aiming at Kellen, effectively securing DK to Drake. Yep. Yeah, the speed of Morgana, particularly with, you know, the Void Mites, it's a little silly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 56 right now. That is a whole bunch of camps and a whole lot more than what Lucid's been able to do. As that extended beam not going to land onto Leaper as Quantum Freaks look to grab some control.
When is EWC first game? Thursday. I might have VOD review it, yes.
Cuz already collecting his, but haven't had a first blood just yet. We'll see who's going to be able to utilize their positions on this map to try and get something done. Definitely feels like there's a level of intensity in this matchup. You actually reminded me of this before, was the fact that so far this year, D+ hasn't been able to beat Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, which is weird, right? Like, that feels wrong.
It does.
Even knowing that Kwangdong had a couple of really good weeks and DK as a team were, and, you know, could possibly still be wildly inconsistent. I think that realistically applies to...
There's a really big lead that's developed for this Morgana. You know, having the faded ashes, but it's come at the cost of, you know, really supercharging aiming in the bot side on this Zeri. Right, he has to use both his summoners.
To get himself out. Sometimes you just wander into the river and almost... Oh no, aiming getting...
Of these two teams.
That is an aiming moment for sure, though.
Yeah, there are a bit of a...
But they haven't... If DK win, would be their first game win.
It's like his supports were like, why are we here? Why are we here?
Aiming gonna get bound, immediately has to cleanse and flash and use everything to get himself out. Sometimes you just wander into the river and almost die. So now that is a summonerless Zeri. That does not feel very good if you're a D+ fan.
Yeah, I don't think he had to do that. Do want to highlight what was really cute there by Kwangdong was that the stagger on the CC meant that aiming wasn't able to, like, he had to use both cleanse and flash, as opposed to just being able to cleanse it off and then slide over the wall. So nicely done there by Cuz and Undeal. But so for DK, the problem is that Lucid was always going to get out.
Yeah, didn't even have a trigger. Wards are going to river for no reason. I mean, why would he? Also, why would he ward before he recalls? I mean, even if he did have it, it's a little weird.
That alone means that the jungle matchup is always going to go pretty...
Are you going to play Elden Ring DLC? I haven't even played... I've never played a From Software game, guys. I've never played Dark Souls, never played Sekiro, never played Elden Ring.
Middle brush, but it might not matter.
Oh yeah, Kingan's going to set it up gloriously. First blood.
Available right now. I don't think they know about the ward in the middle brush, but it might not matter. Don't have the clear speed, so I understand this attempt from Lucid does have level 6 available right now.
So this is a good read. They think they have tempo on the map because they saw Morgana in bot side. Beautifully done by Kingan. You're the guy who likes medieval stuff and never play a Souls game? Well, Souls is not medieval, it's just fantasy. I'm also not sure if I'm the guy who likes medieval stuff. I mean, it's fine.
If you do that binding, you are very strong in enabling.
I want to get more into general gaming content, guys, so we'll see. That might be something coming in the future.
You can flash out of the ultimate, so guaranteeing kills is tough. So really well done there.
I mean, I've beaten like all the super hard bosses in games like God of War and all the optional bosses, so I think I'd probably be decent at those games.
absolutely.
I would suck a lot less than other people, I think.
Man, nicely done there by King, and it's a big kill for him as well, right? He's the one that gets the gold on an AP Gragas in particular.
Yeah.
That's going to add a lot of value.
See already, last chapter done. He's got a cool belt.
God of War Valks can be very annoying, yeah. They can be very hard.
He's well and truly under control.
That's interesting, actually. I kind of wonder what he actually is going to build, because he has now has his lost chapter, Tear, and Giant Spell.
You play Witcher 3 on Death March. Now, Witcher 3 is not that fun to play on harder difficulties, in my opinion, because the controls are jank.
I'm very much hoping.
Like, it's a frustrating experience because of the game, not because it's, like, hard for fun reasons.
As Lucid, back to clearing things out.
God of War actually has good combat mechanics.
Considering getting around and looking for some ganks. 1 minute on Drake number 2. That'll be a Chemtech. So that means that we will have an interesting soul, unless it's Ocean. If it's not that, though, we're psyched. And
Yeah,
so far, it's
Ocean
not
will
really...
be a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it would. But I mean...
Ocean at least is fun, because the health bar just goes, whee!
Oh god, you want to see me play CS? You have no idea how bad at CS I am. I am terrible, guys. Like, really bad.
It's true.
You have to remember that I never played PC FPS as a kid. I played RTS, and I played like Halo on Xbox. So I am really bad at PC FPS, guys.
That's back to back for Lucid. Because of course,
Throw me into an RTS, we'll do just fine. I might play some Battle Aces and stuff.
I'm kind of wondering.
But I am
if
fucking
Leaper
terrible
didn't
at
have-
Counter-Strike.
It looked like Leaper didn't have E, because I think if you...
I think he might have tried to proc.
How about Brood War? Yeah, I'm fine at Brood War. I played tons of Brood War.
You have barrier underneath the turret. I don't think the play works out, or at least Lucid's going to have to flash. Aiming is going to have to try and play it more aggressive. There's some risk involved. Because definitely had the time to try and flash. So I'm going to assume that it wasn't up. And if you don't have E, then yeah, flashing does nothing and you just die there anyway. So in that case, holding it definitely the right call. So we do have this Drake being taken. It's going to be 1-1. We're going to find out what rift we're about to have, Atlas.
Yeah. Aiming goes back, collects a static shiv, and that's going to be Infernal once again. I feel like we've been gifted with a lot of Infernals so far this week, but especially today as well. As, yeah, Leaper, you don't really see too many of the opportunities to get too much done there, and as soon as the tether was...
nice early laning phase, though, from D+ in this game.
This wasn't really a way out. So
you know, the Morgana lead really hasn't turned into anything. In fact, she's down in gold right now. But we'll see, because late game, obviously, that Black Shield's going to have a lot of usage. It's about locking down Zeri. You know, the reason why I don't really like, you know, the priority that they gave, because remember, they sacked their bot lane. They sacked their bot lane to get Morgana ahead. But the question is, what happens when Morgana gets ahead? You know, you still have to stop this Zeri, and they don't have a lot of tools to lock down the Zeri in the late game without fully targeted crowd control. So it's like Skarner has to like E through the wall after her if she's retreating. And aiming is so dangerous on this area, and so giving him this big lead, I feel like, is probably not a worthwhile trade to get Morg ahead. Like, you didn't even do anything with the getting Morgana ahead. Like, great, she's farmed, she has Blackfire Torch, but she's still down in gold.
Yeah, it is actually going to be Fimbulwinter, even with the purchase of that lost chapter. So interesting. Can't wait to see what he's actually going to go. Maybe, you know, again.
Yep. One of the reasons why I think it was a really good idea that D+ gave up that Drake at the same time was the fact that aiming was on a reset at exactly that time, had static Shiv gold right as they were taking.
How did Esports World Cup decide which teams come? They just picked the teams that were at MSI.
And now still going to be a little bit behind.
So top 2 teams in all major regions.
Force a little bit stronger here than the Zigzag Sword.
One of the things I'm going to be looking towards as we get to these fights is, to what extent is DK going to be able to play around Black Shield? And on the flip side, so DK can't go for the plays they normally go for. I think especially around Lucid, Zold, and Vi in general, teams and DK in particular have gotten really, really good at executing these snap plays. That's not really going to be nearly as reliable. On the flip side, you can also use
just like they'll pick the teams that are MSI to play there next year. Exactly.
I think Bullock in particular on Tristana might be looking to do that. Right, can jump in, with much more impunity, knowing that you can't be CC'd.
Well, there's a Dark Binding. It's going to connect onto the Lulu, and nothing.
I watched the shit out of Monty Variety Gaming content. Thank you. You know, that's why I keep saying, guys, that I need to start moving away from LOL analysis. I know some of you will be sad to hear that, but basically the only way that LFN general gaming is going to start is if I'm not spending 30, 40 hours a week watching LOL VODs, you know? And also, you know, there's some really cool stuff I think I can do. There's some really cool stuff I think I can do with cooking streams plus general gaming. Because basically, I can do longer form cooking streams, you know, cook things that might take several hours to like be on the stove or whatever. Because with my new tech setup, I can do the recipe part. Then I can just walk into my PC, play games for a few hours, and then check on it periodically and go back and forth to my kitchen. So I can do both of those things at the same time. Yeah, we'll do a lot more cooking content, don't worry. But I gotta make sure that LFN won't die if I stop doing League of Legends. Shouldn't, I don't think. But I also need more time to run the LFN business side of things. All right, what is this? What are these shenanigans? Oh my God, he gets out. That's so crazy. Look at this. He flashes out, does the rocket jump, and he gets, that's the fleet footwork proc, guys. He gets the fleet footwork proc right there. Oh! There's a combo of red buff and fleet footwork. That is crazy. Because he gets the slow, but he also gets the fleet footwork proc to speed him up and give him that little bit of healing. That's so close.
There's the extendo beam. Leaper taking some damage from aiming as teleport comes in. Andal Road Shelly all the way forward. Kingen looks for the opportunity.
Wow, nobody's dying. That's crazy.
There's the extendo beam. Leaper taking some damage from aiming as teleport comes in. Andal Road Shelly all the way forward.
Kingen actually flash body slams, but the black shield saves Leaper from getting knocked in. Woo! That was fun to watch. And I get mid-turret for it. So Kwangdong actually getting a lot done there, really. Bulldog uses TP back, bots, top side rather.
I hope we get a replay of the top play, because I think Showmaker actually messed up there. It kind of depends. If Bulldog needs to walk forward for Lucid to have a shot to hit his Q...
Wins the Monty and Wolf show should be coming out, I don't know, in the next 8 hours or so.
When you kind of want to use it for the combo, man, they didn't have enough damage to actually take down Bulldog. And then in mid, even though they are able to, you know, force a little bit of something, I think Undil did end up flashing. They get the mid lane turret, Kwangdong do, thanks to the Herald. No one ends up going down, and Gold still dead even as we head towards this upcoming fight. And Atlas, this is exactly what I was hoping for between these two teams.
Did I already do T1 versus KT? No. I watched those games live. I had to record the Monty and Wolf show before these games on Sunday because Wolf was traveling to the Esports World Cup, so I had to watch those games on Saturday night. My time.
For second place, an outright second place.
Would you ever sell LFN if the New York Times offered to fold it into the Athletic? Sure. I love the Athletic. I have a subscription.
These teams haven't faced Gen G yet. Yeah, which obviously will be the big caveat, and I don't think
I'd fold it in a bar stool too. Why not?
Somehow get close and then lose as they have for the last what, 2.5 years. As we do have DK having a first move here. Do take note.
The Ringer would be another one potentially.
DK is insanely strong. I imagine they want to try and play for the retake. They don't want to take too much poke, right? Because if Leaper is just going to fire Qs, Cuz is just going to keep on using his soil and keep firing off bindings as well. One of them is eventually going to hit. See it right there.
Yeah, does put down that. I don't think it's Tormented Soil anymore, but I think I will always call it Tormented Soil. As here's the teleport, we're committing. Dark Binding going to connect. Cuz's accuracy on those has been pretty fantastic as Kingen got to body slam his way out. X-Flash to get Undil over. And just a jockeying for position. The Dragon still mad. As Weave as well Tries to buy them some space. We'll see whether they can burst this one down before Cuz can
Nice
get in.
Weaver's
He
Wall.
makes it, and then-
Oh my God, he stole it.
Still mad as Weaver's Wall tries to buy them some space.
Cuz the
Whether they can
goat.
burst this one down before Cuz can get in.
Looks like just the Q from, it's the Q from Zeri maybe, plus the smite from Cuz. Oh my God, Lucid actually just gets plowed into the wall by Skarner, and he gets ulted by Skarner before he could pull off his ult. Oh God, aiming so huge though.
And I think we might be writing some things down on some paper and stuff about what's happening with Azeri.
Oh boy. A win for DK. Yes, they lose the dragon, but you're still going to be happy about that one. One highlight, it's really hard to steal and try and 50-50 against the Morgana because of her W. It executes, so Cuz a little bit early, I think, there on the wall. They don't have as much damage as they think. And then here, crucially, Kingan's disengager ends up saving the fight, because if they are not CC'd when that impale comes through, I think that's the end of it. But instead, DK actually stay alive long enough and aiming. He's just firing away. As he does, picks up a bunch of kills. And that is gold on the member that you wanted most. Kwangnon, they're not going to be too phased by that. They still got the dragon. They're building towards an Infernal Soul. And I don't think they gave up too much there. But aiming getting kills on Zeri, particularly when there is, I want to highlight this again, no point and click CC. There is no VI, there's no
yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Chronicler's right. Like, aiming being super fed right now is hugely problematic, because, like, I don't know how they kill aiming, ever. He has flash up now, too, so feels really rough, honestly. Aiming such a good Zeri player, too.
Comfortable to protect. I feel like everyone on this team is a peel machine.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it is kind of nuts.
Right.
And so
Yeah, appeal is also crazy for him. Lulu, Talia, Gragas.
More and more often, because I don't think they have to. I think that side laning with a Tristana is going to feel absolutely brilliant. The amount of wave clear that you'll have with a Morgana, kind of weirdly enough, you could actually park her in a lane and get her just to clear things out. As
got caught by the binding anyway.
Lucid. Take a bit of damage from the explosive charge, but otherwise it's going to be fine.
Redemption heals him though.
He's going to say thank you to Kellen for that
Oh,
one. Baron has just
my legs hurt
about
from
20
squats.
seconds ago, but it looks like neither team is going to take
Yesterday.
that risk just yet. And man, it's still not feeling definitive. Nothing's really feeling definitive. And yes, D+ have a slight gold advantage, but it's nothing that's really, like, if either team gets to play their game, they'll win.
Well, I thought maybe they wanted to go for something, but due to his hard to lock down, Aiming was on his way to try and look for something. Not going to be the case here. I do want to highlight though, I'm kind of wondering whether we are going to see Kellen go towards an early McKills. That's kind of what I've been expecting, but he does already have an Ether Wisp in his inventory, so it doesn't look that likely as Leaper.
Here's the jump scare, manages to get the flash ball breaker as Leaper gets out. Okay, Magnus Storm is going to go wide, but gets the flash out.
It's fine. You used barrier and flash for that.
Do not push too far forward to get punished, but they don't get.
That's actually super nice. This timing's really good because Vi ult will be back up by the time the Infernal Drake comes up. So they actually get some really important cooldowns out of Leaper.
That's a trade you'll take.
Lucid is so clean on Vi. Lucid's been really good this year. I mean, people may criticize his Nidalee, but he had no help in those games versus T1. But watch this, guys. It's hard to get an Ezreal like this, but he just Q flashes directly in, straight into the E proc on the auto.
And D+, they do not push too far forward to get punished, but they don't get their target.
Even in Mexico, depending on where you live, you can also trigger people in other parts of the country with an incorrect recipe. I know. So fun. I hope you enjoyed my very authentic Mexican cuisine with my microwave tortillas and very authentic Mexican cheese. To be fair, the carnitas were pretty authentic, so. And the pico and salsa were very authentic, so we can only complain so much. Mexican people.
Aiming getting that kill obviously would have been the best case scenario, as we had a little bit of a misstep there from Lucid. Thought the burn would
Very authentic Mexican kimchi in the quesadilla. Look, that's just fusion food.
But no, but like
Yeah, you guys will get
so
more.
definitely do.
No, he just wants.
Stealth! Thank you for your Twitch Prime subscription. Coffee at this hour.
I actually would have believed that.
Yeah,
I'm not
okay.
even
It's
kidding.
1 p.m. Have I ever tried Jamaican food? Of course I have. Of course I have. I fucking love goat curry, man. Oxtails as well. Jamaican beef patties. Fuck yeah. Monty, am I Albanian? No, not even a little bit.
Now he goes down and takes red.
Is that? I don't.
That's my head cannon. You
Well,
can't change
I
it.
don't know. I
Jerk
actually
chicken?
think-
Of course I've made jerk chicken. Yeah, I like Jamaican food a lot.
This is the hustle of a man who's about to become
He wants to
yet
hit
another Gold
Infinity
King
Edge.
Atlas.
He wants to hit Infinity Edge in the next 12 seconds. So then he can skate back in and be the hero. We'll
Yeah,
see.
I don't think we're hitting that. This
No.
is a big fight though, because if DK gets the same trade he did last time, this time that won't be enough. You need to try and ensure that Cuz doesn't get near this.
Curry goat is
Oh,
great
this is
though.
dangerous positioning, isn't it? Teleport is going to be utilized.
Now I know I can buy my kimchi in my fridge with cheese. Yes. Here's the thing about kimchi. It's just about flavor balance. Kimchi is it has a very, acidic flavor, right? So that acid can go to cut fat on anything. It will be, if you grill it up, it'll be good on a fucking cheeseburger, guys. Like, just replace sauerkraut anywhere with kimchi. It's great.
True shot barrage comes through. Kellen realizing that he might
Southern
be
U.S.
trying
food
to
Die
hit
Hard.
his captain.
Well, I'm sorry I don't have my smoker in Korea to do some southern barbecue.
Dragon about to spawn, in fact, just
Kimchi grilled cheeses. There you go, of
spawning
course.
Right now. Showmaker throwing rocks around and Dudu doing exactly the same thing. It's a throwing rocks party.
Really big moment here. Lucid is trying to heal off of his
You grill the kimchi before you put it on your burgers, though. It'll be better.
Can't really go for an engage right now. He is in the
Kimchi
pit.
grilled cheese is
Gets
great.
into the back. Okay, let's see where the Bulldog's going to be able to deal with it.
All right, so here we go. Let's keep a look at Leaper, because remember, he's not going to have his ult this time.
DK can't really go for an engage.
Or, I mean, he's not going to have his flash or his barrier because of the play that we talked about earlier. So he's going to be kind of a sitting duck here. Okay, well, not if you do that.
Black Shield also going to be utilized as now Bulldog is just going 1 versus 2, getting rid of them. Leap
Oh, it's a train wreck.
going to get collapsed on. There's the impale. It's found for Zeri. And can it
Wait, how did Zeri get impaled? What is this fight? All right, so we go in, but we don't know where Cuz is. Cuz is very intelligently sitting in a pink warded brush. So he's actually going to get the black shield over here.
See where the Bulldog's going to be able to deal
Right.
with him here as the Volt Break is getting charged.
But it's also buffered. The Vialt is buffered. So Bulldog just gets out, and then now they have to deal with Bulldog in here. Bulldog dealing extremely large amounts of single target damage and just walking on Showmaker, and then we just flash on top of him basically to get the kill. Where was Showmaker's W?
For the Tristana, the buffer is good though. The Black Shield also going to be utilized as now Bulldog is just going 1 versus 2, getting rid of them. Leaper
Showmaker doesn't even use W? I'm trying to figure out where he used his W.
is going to be able to deal with him here as the Volt Break is getting charged. Looking for the Tristana.
Yeah, Trist buffer is insane on that Vial.
Going to be utilized as now
Also
Bulldog is
aiming,
going 1 versus 2.
just going over the wall into the pit here. But now he can't go over the wall at all, and so he is just going to get mega CC'd. And aiming's positioning sucks. Everybody's positioning sucks. They don't respect Tristana's ability to get out. Oh, it's in the brush right before the E comes out. I couldn't see it.
Time, that won't be it. DK can't really go for an engage right now. He is in the pit.
Yeah, gets into the back. Okay, let's see where the Bulldog's going to be able to deal with him here as the Volt Break is getting
Because it was
charged.
down this whole time, I know.
Tristana, the buffer is good though. The Black Shield also
Oh, there it is. Sorry, guys. It's right here.
going to be utilized.
So now, but the thing is, once your W is down like that, they can literally just get on top of you. Showmaker has to flash, but Bulldog still has flash, so it's too easy.
There's the impale. It's found
Oh my god, then Eamon gets hit by Rel stun into Skarner ult.
They weren't there, and the Guangdong Freaks, not only will they be able to grab the soul point, they'll also wipe the team fight. Guangdong Freaks come up.
Tristana needs... I hate Tristana, man. Tristana mid is such an abomination. Like, it just auto-pushes mid lane, auto-wins you mid lane, takes any turret in 2 seconds, deals what is like the best, one of the best, if not the best, duelists in the game right now. Resets in team fights. Huge single target damage if you can break the fight into skirmishes like we saw from Guangdong. That's such bullshit.
Showmaker is so far split from the rest of his team, and they just don't have that much threat. They need to play respectful because of the scar.
Yes, I am doing well, Mythic Shake. Thank you.
Here, but look at Dudu. He, in particular, together with Undil, don't like the rest of DK just can't walk.
Are you a buffer out of a vial? Do I prefer Corky mid? I do. Look at this. Why are we even letting Bulldog have this champion? Like the draft phase, I think for D+ was really janky.
For DK, that's Guangdong with a 1-team fight, a soul point, and a Baron.
Down very low. That's another. And Bulldog pretty happy about how it's all going as we're back in live, and now Undil is...
Okay, Skarner's coming though. He has no E because he just used it to get into position here.
Getting taken down very low. That's another. And Bulldog
And Tristana's bot lane, and I guess we're, as soon as Skarner's here, that's when we're gonna try and TP into Baron because they know that. All right, they can actually get out of the chains from Morgana. So Morgolt is down. Nice flick. Am I fluent in Korean? No, but I can get by.
Yeah, I was a little worried there, but it's not going to be the end.
The only caster in Korea who's like fluent in Korean is Wolf.
At the very least, be able to pick up the top outer. Imagine the goal is to get one of the inners as well, but this is going to take a lot of wind out of the
Wolf
sails.
speaks by far the best Korean of anybody.
Being that far up when DK is going to be looking for a pick.
Oh, again? Dear, once again the jump scare comes forward. Bulldog trying to get himself out. There's the black shield. And once again, Cuz's nope button is going to come up trumps.
And this is what we were saying earlier. It not only allows you to defensively keep your carry safe when they get engaged on, but it also means that you can play so much more aggressive. And man, Bulldog is loving that.
Oh, yeah.
It takes a little bit of wind out of the sails.
Now the fast push is just so crazy though because the siege is super good from Guangdong because you have Ezreal, Tristana, plus you have Morgana to zone people off, and you can also dive turrets with Skarner and Rel. Like, look at this, it's ridiculous. They also have 6 Void Grubs.
I think that's one of the problems that DK is running into. Showmaker also...
The Gold Swing is super real now. Is it true that Guangdong AD Carry was a YouTuber for this? Yeah, he was a streamer. He played on DRX's academy team, but he stopped playing like semi-pro in 2020. So 4 years ago, and then he just pops out and is immediately on an LCK roster. It's a pretty nuts story.
Catches around the map, and if those catches don't come through, Guangdong just keep taking the...
Really having that...
There is a free item Zeri on the team, about at level 16, and Lulu to back him up as well.
So not out of the woods entirely is what we're saying, but 6,000 gold is still a lot of gold.
They're starting to see the light. You know, the trees are clearing up.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see what it's going to look like once we do actually have a clear picture, because I think we'll have a better idea in about 45 seconds. That's when this Infernal Drake is going to spawn.
It should be realistically almost impossible for DK to walk in. They don't have any vision control. So they will be able to shove out this bot wave, get the turret, and then see if they can leverage that into more.
Yep, Amy going to come on over, grab that local gold, and zap down these minions. True Shot Barrage is going to stop Kellen's back, who is looking to try and have a cheeky reset.
Won't be able to now.
Definitely not. As now Kingen will catch this wave that's crashing on the inhibitor turret. He has teleport, can make his way in. Showmakers is on cooldown. He's dealing with the mid wave, can always get over there. He is Talia. So, Guangdong Freaks here to greet the dragon as it does come down. And I think D+, if they don't win this one, the game gets extremely difficult.
Showmaker doesn't have TP.
You could delete every champ release since 2017, would you? Yeah, of course I would. The game has too many champions. Is it worth banning Tristana? Yes. Especially against Kwangdong.
Looking good here, Atlas.
Yep, flank angle for the Gragas.
Does Kwangdong have a chance at Worlds, you think, or just hot right now? I mean, they have a chance to make Worlds, but we need to see more variety in team compositions from them for sure. Like, Bulldog's been pretty one-note in the games that he's won, right? Oh my god. Dude, Tristan is fucking disgusting. Look at this. I mean, part of this is also that they just go in there and get complete. But look at that damage.
Redemption gets a whole bunch of health back because of it. As in goes Lucid, looks.
What is this? Does like 1,000 damage. All right, well, it's really over now.
Like this, like space. Someone needs to. I think this Ezreal pick, even though Leaper's KDA isn't that impressive, is really proving to be so insanely strong on this patch. Like those.
I can't believe they lost that team fight earlier. Like, honestly, this was just bad engage from D+. I think they had all the tools to win. I think aiming being this far ahead on this area was huge. Zeri shouldn't die in these fights.
As aiming goes back and does finish up his 4th item. I believe it's, Mortal Reminder actually going to be opted in for here. Does eventually get his prize as now Kingen. He'll get impaled. The rest of the team needs to come over and help him out. And he's so incredibly tanky. You're exactly right. The redemption will come through to also heal him up. Lucid kind of wishes it healed for a little bit more. Is now aiming, wanting to find a little bit extra. 5 versus 4 here in favor of D+. Another opportunity if they can protect the president. Even Dudu's taking a lot of damage here from aiming, who's continually getting shielded.
Showmaker
taking collateral damages now. Yeah, Showmaker wants to cut up this fight. Let's see whether this flank angle is going to work as aiming flashes in. Okay, Leap is able to offer a few Mystic shots back, and there's a Magnustorm used only onto King, and aiming's at about 10.
All right, this is what should be. This is what should have been happening in all these fights, guys.
Taking collateral damages now. Yeah, Showmaker wants to cut up this fight. Let's see whether this flank angle is going to.
All right, this is much better team fighting. I mean, we have aiming going in, and sure, it might be a little bit too aggressive, but he actually just pops everything right there. Lulu has no wild growth, but he pulls out ult from Cuz and arm guard / Zhonya's.
They take down the Morgana. They get their couple of extra kills. And D+ back and
yes, they did catch Bulldog first, but that's what this comp should do. You know what I mean?
He'll get impaled. Healing, I guess, is all right. Teleports coming in from all around. Lucid tanks up a whole lot, but does eventually get his prize. Is now Kingen. He'll get impaled. The rest of the team needs to come over and help him out. And he's so incredibly tanky. You're exactly right. The redemption will come through to also heal him up. Lucid kind of wishes it healed for a little bit more. Is now aiming, wanting to find a little bit extra. 5 versus 4 here in favor of D+. Another opportunity if they.
It is cool though. Like, look at Showmaker. He actually goes all the way around this fight, and Blast Cone's over to get the flank. It's a really good flank from Showmaker. They do not expect him to be there. They see him now, but. Showmaker, the huge hero. Look at that, over the wall too. I only watch LCS. They do not fight like this, coming from 3 different angles. Of course they don't.
It's a colossal win for DK.
Really good flanco from Showmaker.
Nope. You saw a DK guy just dance in the audience, pretty psyched about how things are going, but
they're going to try and look for the window, though, because there's 25 seconds on Cuz and on Leaper. It's now or never. This is an opportunity you might not get. You can even turn this Baron into a possibility of an Elder, and it's that pick in the side lane on Bulldog that changes everything.
Yeah, it's a very different story when it is a Tristana without that Morgana. Often we do see that the buff rings, things like.
You really think Richard and Thor would slaughter Cool Runnings? I love that movie. Yes, they would.
That's a beautiful play.
I also love that movie.
The bounty as well as the Baron, and we'll have a look at the play once again. Lucid surviving here.
We'll get to Cool Runnings. We'll do a feel-good sports movie arc at some point. You know.
I can't believe that aiming lived there as well. Like, the amount of burst he took just from Morgana and Ezreal, absolutely nuts. But because it's again, Bulldog is literally 1E would just taken out the entirety of DK. But now the bounty gold is coming through. They still have Infernal Soul. We keep saying, game isn't over, and we keep getting evidence of why that is the case, Atlas.
This is just ridiculous. We've had some very
the replacement's miracle.
So far today. You know,
good choices.
Series,
Field of Dreams.
Behind that was, you know, for different reasons. But once again, I feel like it has just been drama.
It is
all over the Rift.
Oh yeah, because you can also. Both of these teams have a reputation of mental booming really hard after losing a game like this. Okay, and I don't the Shuralias, which I actually do think has a lot of value.
So we're just gonna go to Elder Flip.
None of this.
Is that what's happening?
To respond.
Baron power plays, but really helping right the ship here.
Oh, and for Kwangdong, you gotta land the poke. I think Leaper has been doing a really good job of consistently finding those ults.
Yeah, I mean, Deeplo's still very much in this game, though.
He can hit a binding. That can be the difference between winning and losing a fight. But you see the vision toggle here.
Movie night with Monty win.
Aiming is just over the wall. Okay, they spot out the coast isn't there. They'll find the cease and desist. Angel's going to explode. Dudu, he's out of there because
info.
Aiming is just over.
Because if he can hit a binding, that can be the difference between winning and losing a fight. But you see the vision toggle here. Oh, they don't have a whole lot of info.
Aiming what? Oh my god, that was almost an aiming moment. Oh, he got hit by all the CC. Doesn't matter, okay? They still get Ondil. Beautiful by Kingen. Where was Black Shield this fight? Oh, Cuz had Black Shield on him early, so he didn't have it up for when it was actually meaningful, because he had Black Shield on himself to deal with Kingen on the flank here, and he didn't respect the engage. He doesn't respect the engage at all. That's a pretty bad mistake from Cuz.
Oh, the Kingen Renaissance, man. You love to see it. And D+.
Atlas, that's what is he doing? But it ends up again.
But also, like, Cuz isn't there. Go. It doesn't matter who you kill them. Let's go in and let's win this game. And that was as soon as Cuz was on Vision.
This game is kind of a clown fiesta, though. Like, you know, D+ should have won it, had a bad fight. Then Kwangdong should have won it. Bulldog gets picked off.
Who, again, I want to reiterate, are playing with Infernal Soul. Is that you get caught kind of in a...
Do you have Flash? He probably had Zone. He had Zonia's up, too. I mean, Cuz plays this really badly. He didn't have Flash, but he had Zonia's.
Yeah.
He could have Zonia the barrel, I'm pretty sure.
Cuz if he can...
Chip here.
Oh, and for Kwangdong, you gotta land the losing a fight, but you see the vision toggle here. Oh, they don't have a whole
like, we're watching it right now. I was watching him. He uses Black Shield. He could have Zonia the barrel for sure, though. So he has no Flash, but, like... Dude, you gotta Zonia's that.
Special delivery from Kingen. Oh, the Kingen Renaissance, man. You love to see it. And D+ King.
Where is he?
And it's been, as soon as Cuz was on Vision, they were in. Aiming, press that button. He's over that wall. It looked insane, and it absolutely worked.
The problem now for Kwangdong, who again, I want to reiterate, are playing with Infernal Soul, is that you get caught kind of in a bad side.
You have to give Avalon Blue has to give props to Cuz for having a real step up relatively late in his career. That's true. He hasn't had that normal Cuz turn back into a pumpkin runs in summer of last year. Did he even really have it in summer of last year?
And it's the bot lane in it, which obviously is annoying. This is the opposite end of Nash. As aiming as
I feel like in summer playoffs, when they lost to T1, it was really more like they didn't ban Faker's 2 champions.
Showmaker actually ended up selling his rod and just going for Leandri's, just looking, which I think is the right call.
Or did he just get Zonia's?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Damage does end up punching the turret, but takes so much.
I was really kind of still hoping that he would...
Oh, this is a little bit crazy. Is okay. Lucy going to take a fair bit of damage. Does end up punching the turret, but takes so much.
Great engage from Kingen. Man, Kingen is fucking going crazy this game. I mean, look at that play with the flash barrel onto Bulldog. That's huge. He does die for it, though. All he does is proc GA. Is there a burn down on this? Ah, nice. Leandri's burn into Elder.
Oh, it's a 1v1
King can play that beautifully, though.
Damage does end up punching the turret,
Look at that.
but takes so much.
He tricks him so nicely. Like, it does not seem like Kingan's going to be flash body slamming there. Because he's just kind of walking sideways, and he's like, wait. Beautifully done.
Another delivery as the Dragon's getting angry. Look at these health bars, though, cuz he's able to take down King in the burn. Bulldog down, and there's the explosion. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. If he had have got out of that, though, that could have been so huge, but the tempo is okay.
What was that? No, Lucid.
Oh, it's a 1-for-1.
Dude, Black Shield is up.
So huge, but the tempo.
Look at this. They try and make the huge play by coming over the wall. And he gets the R off, but the E comes right after. And Leaper still has flash, too, so he flashes back. And he's got Black Shield.
Is still in so much trouble. They're fighting against an Elder Dragon. And they're kind of doing it.
What?
The seismic shove is going to take down Leaper, though.
They, like, won a fight versus Elder. Showmaker might die to... He's got Skarner passive on him. No, he's got a shield. It's all right.
Showmaker's on half a health, and Kellen's just hoping.
What a terrible play from D+.
First it's Kwangdong, now it's them. They lost their minds.
Let's reset before Baron.
So this initial play is actually great. I think taking Bulldog out of the equation is a stroke of genius. Like giving up Kingan, that's fine. Right?
I mean, they barely worked, though.
But Bulldog is such a big part of what makes this comp work so much.
Like, we could have just reset for Baron right here. Because here's the thing, guys. Like, the Gragas would have TP back up for Baron, and then you clear GA. I don't know why they're going in. Oh, man.
But I don't think diving into the Ezreal, Morgana, and Skarner really was warranted.
Aiming got bound.
Yeah. But okay, aiming got bound. They should not have been in a position.
No, I know.
The reasoning is we have Elder and we want to fight, but I don't think diving into the Ezreal, Morgana, and Skarner
Huge bind there, though.
really was.
Huge bind there on Deseri. Right into the Skarner E.
But okay, aiming got bound. They should not have been in a position
No, I know.
in the first place. I just want to...
Absolutely. I was just wondering how he died, and that was how he died.
Because I think particularly with Bulldog being gone, that meant that DK had the chain. They had the opportunity to just get a Baron.
But would that have given us the drama that we were looking for?
No.
Absolutely not.
That was just another confirmation that with all these challenger players being called up, what we're doing is we're slowly turning. It's a challenger's atlas.
Everything is just, it's like the main tool you need to watch the LCK is a spatula.
Why did King have lost chapter and now it's gone? I have no idea.
What we're doing is aiming, acting tasty here.
Doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah.
They do have a ward here. That's huge. They know that this is happening.
That is a very cute little ward, but it is immediately spotted.
This is going to go very, very quickly.
Okay, Dudu making his way in, but the wall is going to separate it. Yeah, this
nice
is
wall.
going to get bursted
Look at the
down
bot wave
unless they're going to fully commit. Bot wave, like you say, is moving in, finding in a connect onto Kingan. That he gets a big old shield. Nice shattering strike to get rid of that, but that's a Baron, and now they're looking to try and get out exactly. And Lucid, he's behind. He might actually be able to stop this back as well. Decides instead that he does not want to.
No, he decides he wants to stop it later, so he comes in with a smite.
And that means Dudu can't go back home.
Oh, that might be the bot.
This could be this could just be inhib, yeah.
No, for sure, because... Oh...
Yeah, Nexus turret goes down at the same time. D+. This Baron power play is looking a whole lot better, and they still have 2.5 minutes of it.
Not only that, but this is just going to lead into another Elder.
Oh no, we're in an infinite cycle.
It's fine. DK will do the honorable thing and just run into them again, Atlas.
Yeah.
To just
Lucid's gonna press the R button and just go straight to Valhalla like he did last time.
Yeah, you know, because you know what your reward is for dying as an honorable warrior and going to Valhalla? It's just more fighting.
Yeah, you have
to fight forever. Never back down.
Although
never give up.
I think there's good food as well.
Oh yeah, no, of course. There's other stuff.
Remember. Yeah.
But you just Just gotta keep on fighting.
It's been a while since I watched that show. Or one of those shows. We really went through like a time where everything was a Viking show.
Well, yeah,
I've watched all of them and I enjoyed all of them. I was very happy about this time. As all right, D+ now just setting up for the next thing that they want to take. Because they need the Elder so they can secure the next Baron, so they can secure the next Elder, so they can secure the next Baron,
and then
so they can secure the next Elder. No, it's not.
No. Okay. Okay, so the
next sign need not apply.
They didn't end up getting the top inhib either. So this is actually just straight up another opportunity. And Kwangdong have Infernal Soul. If poke and damage sticks, it's going to be huge.
Speaking of poke, all right, Lucid.
Oh
no.
Does a flash.
Lucid in a 1v1 versus Tristana again.
Just trying to keep them interested. Dark Binding goes wide.
Look at the base. Bot wave is still big, and Showmaker's just pushing here. But Kwangdong, they know. Yeah. Are we just gonna flip it again?
I guess so. Spatula's at the ready, ladies and gentlemen. As in comes Showmaker.
Wave is still big, and Showmaker's just pushing here. But Kwangdong, they know. Yeah. Are we just gonna flip?
I mean, Lucid.
I guess so. Spatula's at the ready, ladies and gentlemen.
He tries to ult Cuz here. Showmaker gets knocked off the wall. And that is Cuz's smite followed by just an auto. So Lucid actually never gets his smite in. What a weird game. I really feel like D+ should have won this game much faster.
They'll lose no one. They kill Lucid. The D+ is still on the map. Did Kwangdong win now? Where are we?
I don't know, Atlas. Don't ask me these questions.
It's the one kill Red Bull Baron power.
So they should be able to just parlay this into a Baron.
Either jungler really hard in the chaos of this late.
Just run in, right?
And again here.
One kill Red Bull.
By the way, shout out to Andil for getting Showmaker off the wall there.
I think they just run in, right?
And again here.
65 health.
65. And it is for either jungler really hard in the chaos of this late, of so much burst being available for either team, and then there also being the W for because I think it was Lucid who smited second, and that could have been it, but instead the only downside is that DK actually was able to
nothing though. So Spatula's at the ready, ladies and gentlemen, as in comes.
I think the problem here, though, is that Lucid's going in by himself, and look at where aiming is. Or I mean, look where Kingen is. You know, he's like belly bopping this guy doesn't matter though. You know what I mean? Like the rel doesn't matter, especially if you're going to be walling here. Like you actually just have to make a play. So why not just go in and use Gragas ult, right? To try and create space. I mean, they have all these champions that can create space, and they just don't. You know, Showmaker is like derping around pushing mid lane.
Look at the base. Bot wave is still big, and Showmaker's just pushing here, but Kwangdong.
Now, Showmaker stays way too long in mid lane. And then he actually just gets intercepted, so they just have no priority. So it's just Lucid in there praying to God. I don't know why Kingen wasn't like trying to make space around the Elder.
They kill Lucid. The D+ one kill Red Bull Baron power play for the next 20.
It's got to be Kwangdong, like the poke, the siege that they'll
I think they just run in, right?
And again here.
65 health.
65, and it is for either jungler really hard in the chaos of this late, of so much. Could have been it, but instead, the only downside is that DK actually was able to immediately back off.
Like trying to prevent the rel flank there just seems like the wrong play. What a cinema of a game. It's a pretty silly one, guys. It's also a very long one.
We've got
FCAP either.
Yeah, so aiming, maybe stop farming.
But it's only 40 seconds. Like as long as they can keep clearing waves, they're not actually going to be able to.
It's hard because this composition's so good at sieging Kwangdong, and they can take turrets so quickly.
They were winning the game, then they were losing, now they're winning again.
Like the combo of Ezreal W and the Trist charge. Look at that.
5 seconds, Atlas.
Yeah. Very important pickup.
I mean, it's mid-inhib though. Out of all the inhibs,
Oh, God. Once again, Showmaker going to have to go for a little bit of a trip back to the fountain. Unless he can't afford to, might need to be Weaver's Wall just to get them out of here. We've got 8 seconds on this Elder. It should be double.
That's big.
3.
Miss Angelic 1109. Thank you. Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it.
And so the longest game will be upon us in 40 seconds time. And it looks like it's not ending before it. And it was game 1, T1 versus T+.
Squeaks. Thank you for your 6 months of Tier 1 subscription.
Well, I don't think they should have been in a position to win this game. So I don't know if it's better or worse that they might still not end up winning. I truly don't know.
I think it's better. I think it's better. When it's your game to lose, it feels much worse to lose it.
That was never really the case. So now it literally is just going to come down to, can you blow up a member in enough time without compromising the rest of your backline?
We seeing T1 is trouble? What do you mean?
Carries, even though I think Morgana's damage at no point compares to what...
Oh, there it is. We've done it. Longest game of the
I mean, the meta is definitely not good for T1.
Looking for Kellen. And Kellen presses heal.
And Shirelius actually getting 2 summoners out of that, or 2 cool...
I think the series versus KT was also weird because both Faker and BDD, you know, don't have the best champion pool, so we ended up seeing them both go back to like Talia Azir, which is much better for them, so it ended up being kind of like a weird matchup.
But can they win the fight? That's the thing that's most important. And it looks like D+ are not going to see what happens here. Showmaker dives.
Turns out that Tristan and Morgana does the Baron pretty fast.
But can they win the fight? That's the thing that's
Tormented Soil plus Tristan a single target damage.
Oh, you gotta fight though. Like with Baron buff, it's you can't survive. 2 inhibs are down.
Well, I think they could.
My God, is this going to a 3rd Elder Drake? That is so crazy. It's literally been Infernal Soul for like 20 minutes.
Aiming. Got a shield bow now.
This game is silly.
So what did he sell? Did he sell LDR?
Shiv?
Oh yeah, Shiv.
He sold Shiv. Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time keeping track of everything that's happening, Atlas.
No, you're fine. I'm just a bit confused as to why it isn't a GA. I like the GA idea.
Yeah, we have Bulldog with GA, no boots.
Yeah.
Classic.
I like the no shoes.
You know DK, all they're looking for.
Oh my God. Oh, he got Cuz before Cuz could. Cuz is not good on the Zonias, guys.
I like the no shoes.
Or the flash. King, though, you see right here, this is such a good play, actually.
Yeah.
He has a pink ward down, so he knows that he's going to be able to make this play outside of vision, so he flash body slams, then he just chain CCs him before he can do anything. Amazing.
Showmaker, but he has a go golden button and aiming. Oh, it's so dangerous, but he survives.
Oh my God, Bulldog doesn't die.
They get to kill King in those now.
Oh my God, it's so close. Aiming actually has to flash out of the queue. Bulldog actually lives as a result of that. Bulldog has GA though. So Bulldog still has GA. King though. And the damage from this Ezreal is so crazy. Leaper has E to go forward, hits with Q, does a huge amount of damage, hits another Q. Yeah, nice ult from Andil to help Bulldog. I mean, Bulldog has GA, so he lives anyway. Showmaker misses W. Showmaker walks up. Showmaker gets... He walks up too far and he gets impaled. And then he flashes out. He needs to... Showmaker, I think, needs to play this one more slowly.
You know DK, all they're looking for.
Because it's such a good play. Showmaker stepping up next to Skarner is pretty terrible, though. Yeah, walking up on the Skarner is pretty bad from Showmaker. Amazing ending, though. It's crazy we almost went to 3 Elders.
Once again, in the longest game of the split, they will be taken down at the very
D Plus probably should have won this game pretty quickly.
the vibe.
Maker there to manage to land.
We're going for the Vi again. I mean, it's just weird. So now you take out the Tristana. This is what I think should have happened. Like, we banned Viego here last game, and that felt really weird, because if you're going to take away the Corki, you need to take away the Tristana as the Hui as well, because Bulldog's Yone is bad. So now he's like in a bind. What do I play? Do you take away the Talia here, or do you just try and grab Talia here for Bulldog? Yeah, you do. Okay. So you get Talia Viego now, so you know they're going Viego reset composition. You're going to take the Zeri again. You're going to take the Skarner. Oh, Twisted Fate. Interesting.
It is doo-doo, like 100%. He can play that. But that does mean that you lose out on picking something like the Ezreal, and it's 100% going to get banned away. So do you get Ezreal or do you get Jax? And honestly, Jax into Vi as well as TF.
Yeah, Jax feels like a good value.
It feels pretty good. Game of chess.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this TF.
So, see what these as Kennen going to be.
Jax feels really good with the Viego reset composition too.
So,
Bulldog is literally Tristana merchant. I know, that's what I've been the one saying that, guys. Watch my shows. Literally been saying that.
He does, and we haven't seen it in a very long time. But it would be very Showmaker to bring something like that out again. And if you do end up getting swapped on, which DK does love to do, that could have been...
Do they flex the TF mid? I don't think so. Although Showmaker historically has been a very good TF player.
Could be an angle.
Just, you know, great options.
Ezreal?
Just take it again if you would like.
So they take away Kaisa versus the Zeri. Guess they don't care about Ezreal.
The damage was done.
So you can see, though, they're already anticipating a TF mid flex, right? By taking away Kennen and Skarner. You can still play Cassante. You can play Cassante into Jax. Like Kingen, if he plays Cassante here, you can play Gragas too and just flex TF mid.
I mean,
do I know the results of LEC today? I do, yes, but I haven't seen the games.
I think you're seeing, like, outside of the Vi, it's not super divey.
Well, especially with TF, like any gold card is going to force out your ultimate. Does Warren the Rakan, this is not a great Rakan angle. I think
don't get baited. Don't get baited.
Yeah, so we are going to flex the TF mid. I'm not in love with the Kennen and Skarner bans here because they already detected that the TF could be a mid flex, but you know, I feel like we've seen a lot of kind of wasted bans. Like with the Gragas still up and King being so good on this Gragas, like you have to expect that it might be coming in top.
Of DK, giving over Zyrakan, like, really augments the power of that lane. I think your laning phase is weak. I also think that playing Rakan into Talia is quite hard. If they lock in Nautilus here,
I think Rakan's fine because you can actually just CC Jax and Viego here. You can prevent Viego resets by CCing him constantly and disengaging.
Should have caught that one. Thank you, Atlas. But I'm left again. How Showman and Viego, one misstep. Like if you lose your flash early. And you're forced.
Why are they first making Vi? I feel like Vi didn't do much last match. Well, part of that was the Morgana pick. It was part of it was really just that they had Morgana, Ezreal, Tristana. It was hard for Vi to do anything.
I think Showmaker is definitely combat. If there's ever by the man himself, well, it's pretty nice, Showmaker. Let's see whether it is going to lead. Pretty psyched.
He's got his skin. That's his Twisted Fate skin.
Have a look at my cool skin, everyone. Well, it's pretty nice, Showmaker. Let's see whether it is going to lead.
Because Kingen's play was amazing, but I don't know how I feel about the Zeeks.
Another thing is as well is that we've gone.
The thing is, the Vi ult is going to be a lot better this game, right? The Vi ult's going to be a lot better this game because it's, you know, you have no black shield. You can get on. You can stop the Viego or the Jax. I mean, there's a lot more value because there's less mobility in the back line.
Apart from,
I guess,
Rel.
Yeah, but Rel also isn't. I feel like she's only tanky when she gets like the 5-man Magnet Storm, and you just sit there and their health bar doesn't go down. But outside of that,
yeah,
doesn't really compare.
No, I would say not a true tank. Not going to be building like 3 items and thorn mails and fun stuff.
I think we were actually. you know, Zeri's there, but outside of that, this is a pretty low Riot level game. We don't have Cassante. we don't have
I mean, as
Skarner.
far as the age of the champions, like D+ on the top side, they were almost released, you know? Like Vi was 2011, I'm pretty sure, maybe 2012.
You know, Rel and Viego are a little bit newer, but I think...
Yeah, and also the Vi is a takeaway pick here because Cuz also plays Vi.
Yeah.
Even though he's been
Was like 2015,
preferring AP champions in summer, and like if you're gonna pick Zeri and enable aiming, then you don't want Vi or Nautilus in the game.
Was able to pick up the Grump as well. So we'll see how Lucid is going to respond, if he's going to be able to make his way over. Did not go Q this time around, should hit level 3 off of this, and he might have an angle.
I mean, going Q is not great in the first 2 levels on Vi if you can avoid it, so you get Q at 3 and then you max Q afterwards.
Actually, Q's over the wall. That's big. Really nicely done there. And generally,
so I know the faker ward is at the Raptors.
So should be able to get away with this.
So he's actually able to just go for a steal here.
But because he didn't see him, it's likely he's going to start the Wolves.
I think they have a suspicion, but like you can't really move out.
Lose that smite.
DK is going to be a lot earlier on the play. So nicely done here. Good recovery by Lucid, and aiming and killing, and again putting out this early pressure.
Yep. Something lane priority.
Oh, you see, Cuz is like, as long as you don't show on that ward, I ain't going anywhere. I am not walking into my own jungle. And eventually, with Bulldog backing him up, will make his way over. Showmaker also going for the old classic of Unsealed Spellbook.
He was always a huge fan.
I love
of this.
Double smite?
Uh-huh. That will help him with the taking down the objectives that was happening a lot in the last game.
There were just in general, there were a lot of objectives.
Yeah, that was just objectively objectives. As Dudu is having a Jackson relentless barrels.
It's gonna get worse, unfortunately for Dudu. As Gragas gets AP, his trading becomes more and more oppressive, and there isn't really a whole lot you can do against him, because if you try to jump on him, then he E's you, and then he runs away. There's no phase rush, so it's a little bit harder for King to abuse that. That is always the least interactive form. We saw the last game as well. As yep, that makes sense.
And the crowd goes wild again.
81% win rate, 17-4 in LCK. I mean, yeah, it is one of his all-time signature champions, right?
Just shows that he played most of it.
Dad noises. No, it's gym noises.
I'm not sure what the last time was we actually saw a PTF.
My body hurts from gym.
PTF, I think if I remember correctly, we even saw him at some point in mid as AD when he AD build first came out.
Yep.
I don't think we've seen him AP in quite a while.
All right, King could be in trouble here. Does have his flash available.
He's
really
fine.
Doesn't want to. Oh, that body slam. Who is this guy?
The W as well to make sure he doesn't take too much damage reduction, keeping him healthy.
Is this guy? Is he a world champion? Oh, hang on. Yes.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Yeah. That's some peak Gragas gameplay. That's not so good for Showmaker, who is just going to walk it off. He'll be fine. Doesn't want to be shoved seismically too many times.
Also noteworthy that Showmaker hasn't actually gone for Mercs, which obviously will have a good amount of value against Kwangdong.
Ow.
And instead opting to go for Lucidity Boots, which does mean that his early ultimates are going to be something to look out for. And I want to highlight everyone, with top lane TF, it really feels like being able to ult to his side lane is like, it's a cool bonus. It's not why you play him because he's horrible to play in.
Yeah, Showmaker's also going AP TF, which is not something that we've seen a lot. Has to in this composition, obviously, but well, I guess he doesn't have to. But King is gonna he's gonna be building tanks, so.
Particularly with mid lane TF, you get to have so much more fun on the map. Like the large part why you pick him is just so they can do exactly this: shove in wave, walk to side. In this case, it's gonna be an early Drake for DK.
Yep, level 6 has been hit. We'll have to keep our eyes out for the Destiny Gate combo. We did have a rule throughout the ages, and that is, if you manage to get the first Destiny
work out, eat healthy. Keys to becoming the best LoL analyst. Yeah.
Gonna be great, as that is a very long distance card, but that could guarantee some grubs. They get
I suggest both of those things.
Yeah. I like that flash from Cuz. Actually gives him the opportunity, if DK don't respect, to go back in and try and make a play. Showmaker is again dropping a full wave though to
of
make
course
this
it's the
happen.
flash. He's only level 5. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have a way out. Respect to go back in and try and make a play. Showmaker is again dropping a full wave though. I like that flash from Cuz. Actually,
then it's going to be great as that is a very long distance card, but that could guarantee some grubs. They get the flash out of Cuz.
Yeah.
They do turn around on this pretty quickly, though.
If DK don't respect to go back in and try and make a play, Showmaker is again dropping a
Because they have prior with Jax, so.
He's only level 5. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have a way out. Lucid doesn't have his smite, crucially, but neither does Cuz.
All right, Kingen moving in, finds the body slam onto Cuz.
Oh, nice combo.
He's so good. And like you say, no flash, no chance. And now aiming is down here. All right, Kingen moves.
It's actually just a beautiful CC chain with the ult. And Cuz doesn't have flash from the play earlier, so super nicely done by Lucid and Kingen.
And now aiming is down here towards the bottom side. Great knock up with the grand entrance from Kellen. And D+ are running the map right now. I think that loss, I think they took it personally.
And that's what we want, Atlas. I don't want to see a repeat of that T1 series where DK take a tough loss.
I want to see a repeat of it. I just don't want the result to be the same. I would like it to be, you know, I'd like to see that matchup again and have them do good video games.
Wait, Atlas,
for 3 games.
Okay, Atlas, you know what I meant, right?
I know, I was just being a jerk. It's like,
I just did. I mean, you've been so nice to me.
I know.
Yeah.
I really got to go back to my old ways.
It's been a while. Here, nice punish there. Again, set up by King, and credit to him making the read. And as mentioned, a big read from Cuz, especially when you don't have it. So much of what makes the Viego good into the Vi, just in general.
Yeah, I agree. Aoyos. I do think he was trying to hit 6 off of the crab, which is why he was going for it so aggressively, especially since they both didn't have. They both didn't have smite up.
Not allowed to walk up there.
Nope. And okay, Bulldog coming on over. We did see Kingen having a little bit of fun there. Teleporting back now, seismic shove just barely missing. Showmaker doing the walk.
Oh, I think Showmaker's going to go for the Shirelias.
Oh, that'd be
yeah, the Shirelias rush. We'll go very early Shirelias.
Oh, we're stopping backs here.
Doesn't have TP, so that's actually a really big...
And the engage that he has with Shirelias plus Vi plus Gragas plus Rakan is pretty crazy. So, you know, early Shirelias for Showmaker would allow them to play this pick composition, play into side lane super effectively.
Would still be a really painful...
If he plays well with Lucid, I mean, the pick potential of this composition is enormous.
So it's not end of the world, like he's not going to die here, but he will not be able to walk up and auto these minions. That means that he has to run a really long way away. He'll miss out on this entire wave as in goes aiming, finds the ulti, grand entrance onto the horse. A little bit of a split here as there is the cleanse and the feather storm both out. And the Blade Caller not going to land onto aiming. Kellen takes a little bit of damage from it, but man, this Gragas is having just the greatest of times. Who would have thought that
Gragas is such a good matchup into Jax. That's why I don't get the Skarner.
It's a different Gragas, but it's also still just Gragas.
Yeah. All right, here's the Destiny. Leaper, remember, doesn't have
the bans that we saw in the second rotation from Kwangdong, because the Gragas was just such a freebie.
Kellen gonna lock it down. Some star-crossed lovers there as now Andal. Yeah, there's 4 people. He is just dead. Only Lucid and aiming required, and Cuz just here a little bit too late. Aiming? Your friends are going.
He's fine. Aiming doesn't need friends, Atlas.
No, he just needs to ride over a wall, and then everything's fine.
And there is it was the second ultimate, but it was a big one.
Gage really is up now.
Ended up making a
Lucid and aiming required. Doesn't have a
different Gragas, but it's also still just Gragas.
It's fun to see a mid lane TF again, because we haven't seen any of these in pro play in a while. Oh, he's got nothing. Like, you can't possibly live through that.
To get out of this one, Kellen gonna lock it down. Some star-crossed lovers there as now Andal. Yeah, there's 4 people. He is just dead. Only Lucid and aiming required.
And we see we're getting such big lane advantages against Sleeper and Andal with this area. It's pretty crazy. Bot lane looking a lot like it did in game 1.
And then everything's fine.
And there is it was the second ultimate, but it was a big one. Ended up making a huge
first one gets grubs, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first one was fine, but I think this is what you want, ideally.
Yeah.
I want to give credit again not only are Amy and Callum playing well in this 2v2 to the point where, again, the shove is there, and I also think don't pick Zaya. I just want to, again, repeat that.
We learned that this morning.
We really did. Don't pick Zaya. But
Yeah, the draft here was much worse, I think, for Kwangdong this game than it was in the last game. You would have thought last game they would have just learned just to remove the Zeri if they think that the Vi first pick is going to come through. But they don't get Nautilus, they don't get Vi, they don't have any targeted CC for the Zeri, so Aiming can just do whatever he wants. We have this huge pick composition. I mean, if you think about it too, like, basically the pick comp is enormous. Now we have Shirelia's, he has Boots of Lucidity, so he's going to have a lower ult cooldown, right? So we just basically constantly play around picks. Zeri can come over walls, we have a gap closer with CC on Rakan, gap closer with VIQ into CC with her ult, gap closer with E from Gragas into ult. I mean, how do you live? The pick composition is huge, and they can see you with Twisted Fate ult, and it's mid Twisted Fate, so he can constantly, he's not like top TF, where he can't go into bot lane, right? So, I mean, it's a great flex of the TF into one of the hands of the all-time greatest TF players in Showmaker. I really like this draft from D+. I liked their draft last game, too. They just misplayed it. D+ should have won that last game.
But I am not feeling too good about the fact that will continue.
Yeah, the lights are off in the chicken coop, I'll tell you that much. I can't even begin to count them. There's no way, and they definitely haven't hatched. I think that, yes, D+ are in a great position right now, and I don't think that holds sway on the outcome at all at this point in time.
That's how we like it.
All right, second Drake going to be in Ocean as Lucid comes on over to try and grab the 5 grubs, which would be the optimal one. Cuz on the bottom side of the map, just trying to get something back. If they can get a kill on to Aiming, that'd be fantastic. But instead, looking towards the Dragon. Full information given over, though, and you can see
they got a dip.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find an opportunity elsewhere, I think. They're going to let the Dragon resit.
Fight. They do have all their cooldowns.
I was going to say resit, and I guess resit does...
D+ is getting better as a team, though.
A resit of the Dragon. You know how the Dragon kind of stands up when you walk past?
I get it. Yeah, I like it.
So I
with great intent.
Though it is like, if Quantum Freaks wins here, it's 4 games. It feels like an eternity. It's just been a long, long day.
It's because there's been so many games.
It's the intensity of the game.
It
right?
is. It is, as Lucid.
Yeah, I agree. It was weird that Kwangdong banned Nautilus on, especially because they were banning Nautilus on red side, where it feels like you could just easily pick up Nautilus in R1, R2 if you wanted to. It's like, you know, Aiming's gonna play Zeri if he can, so why are you the ones banning not? Like you're afraid of what? Kellen playing not really?
Do lock down the Dragon. It's a Hextech Soul. Infernal into Hextech. Okay. It has still pressed the Destiny button. There's the Extendo Beam. Knock up onto Arndale. They do lock down the Dragon. It's a Hextech Soul.
As there have been a lot of them slain.
It has still pressed the Destiny.
I mean, this isn't great, right? This isn't great here. The Destiny comes in late. Alright, there's not really a play to be made here. Top laners are fighting, so nobody can actually TB because both top laners have CC. Kind of a waste of TF ult.
Okay. This is a day for Dragons, but still, it is just going to be Quantum Freaks walking in, taking Dragon, and leaving.
Bad day for Dragons, as there have been a lot of them slain today. Good day for us, as we get yet another fun rift. Hextech, my personal favorite when it comes to moving around the map. So many timings change. So many more things are possible. Do note, Showmaker did you thing, but didn't really find an angle there. That is a big win, particularly given that if DK gets very early on to Hextech or to 2 Drakes when the soul is this strong, definitely going to be feeling great. Also want to highlight when it comes to activating the Hextech soul, I don't think either composition is necessarily great. Like the best is probably Showmaker just throwing out cards. Yeah, but that's quite short range.
Yeah.
In his case, same for Bulldog, right? But the attack speed will be loved by basically everyone, and the ability haste in case of Bulldog.
I think it's also just like, it is just a very good dragon to pick up.
I love that.
That's a -1 in the chat. D+ going to grab themselves a neutral objective. It's their turn. Xander's going to come on over. He does want to say no. He's cantering around in a few circles here, but it looks like it is going to be the secure.
And both teams now have done the...
Oh.
I know you're doing the objective.
RFC second to vegan. Well, I think it's just because it's AP Twisted Fate. Like the Lich Bane provides more value to you. You know, RFC is great because it helps you set up picks, but so does the Shurelya's, and it's going to accomplish the same thing ultimately.
Not right now, you know. This is like just clearing out minions in the middle.
Not going to watch T1 versus KT. I did watch it already.
From having any fun at all this game.
I've seen that series.
We have to like say
it was fun.
Dudu, absolute trooper, you know, for putting up with this matchup. It's a very tough one, and he is doing absolutely fine, yeah.
Really not struggling too much. Also, is going to remain a really big threat when we get to the mid to late game, because Lucy...
Is he, though? There's so much lockdown potential onto this Jax. Right, you can Vi ult him, you can just Gragas ult him away. I have to go back to see you watching it. No, I didn't review it. I watched it live because I had to do the Monty and Wolf show next day. So I've already seen it. If you want to hear me talk about it, though, the Monty and Wolf show on the Last Free Nation channel will be up in a few hours. Wolf and I spent a lot of time talking about it.
He thought he was out of the...
Yeah, RFC loses value when you have Shurelya's. Yeah, because you have to remember the purpose of RFC is to allow you to close the gap to throw your gold card, right? And so Shurelya's does the same thing. It doesn't reduce the attack, or it doesn't, I shouldn't say. It reduces the space between you and the AD carry instead of increasing your attack range. But functionally, they serve very similar purposes. But Lich Bane allows you to have much better siege. So, I mean, you don't really have any damage if you go Shurelya's RFC.
I don't know what skin is especially if he's playing the Surfer skin. The skin's so good. Love it.
Which Surfer skin? The Surfer Talia? Oh yeah, that one's a good one.
Yeah. One of my favorites.
Who's the primary culprit on T1 versus KT? I think it's like the meta. Like T1 is really struggling in this meta. I don't know why they banned Ashe in that series either. T1. It feels like they would just want to take Ashe every game.
It's not a state that we've been in.
I know.
In recent times.
Right now, it's going to be like Kellen and Undle that are the closest things to being tanks this game.
Should be okay. Looks like Lucid doesn't want to go for this. 1 minute on the Drake as well. That's a big one.
The thing is, this meta doesn't really allow them to do what they want to do, which is skirmish early. They also picked Zeri 3 games, which is just such a trash champion for T1. Zeri metas are the ones that T1 has a tendency to struggle in.
Well, Showmaker now going to just grab this turret for aiming.
That's nice.
He turns up, going to help out, and of course, Dudu knew exactly what to expect, but nothing he could really do about it. Squandong Freak's trying to answer with a bit of a hard shove in mid. But with Destiny, I mean, you'll never have rotational advantage.
Def getting caught with flash up was frustrating. I mean, he kept getting ulted by Skarner as Ezreal with flash and E up. It was pretty bad.
Going to get an earlier arm guard picked up for Showmaker as well. Now that he's picked up his core first couple of items, he's going to go rapid fire cannon. Of course, you really do need that to extend the range of these gold cards that are going to.
Yeah, Faker's champion pool definitely an issue.
But when does the I'm going to start a fight?
He's not a very good Triss player. Which is weird considering how easy that champion is at the professional level right now, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I was waiting for you to pull that reference. Yeah, I know you're the type of guy to pull out old references.
All right, here we go. Set up vision. We got 8 seconds.
Inexplicably get to like 45 minutes. And then it's
Twisted Fate is level 2 ult.
We'll deal with that when we get
Going
there.
top side to catch the wave.
On the objective here, not giving a lot of vision. And Kwangdong.
Okay, Dudu can TP in.
That's the one thing that I think is a little bit awkward about this comp. Normally with Viego comps, you really want to play for the reset. But this time around, because you have a Xayah, you do also need to make sure that she's in a position where she can just hit anyone, really. But there are a lot of ways to lock her down. Particularly once Showmaker finishes his RFC, you're going to have to be extremely respectful. And we do see Kwangdong, they want to contest. Might have a 5v5 on our hands here, but oh, look at the twist here from DK.
They see the base gate being taken, the hex gate, sorry. And then they immediately throw Shelly in there. There's a Weaver's Wall. Gonna see whether they can lock down aiming. Of course, doesn't care about walls that much. Is Shattering Strike just a trade of CC? Kingen finding the angle, good slow onto Andal. They know.
Nice ult from Kingen.
The Vault Breaker doesn't quite get there, but the 1-2 punch will.
Bulldog's Talia wall was pretty not ideal there because he used it to get into mid, but he doesn't actually stop the charge. I guess he saves the turret, but at the same time, it's a miscommunication because Andal's going in. They don't respect Kingen on the flank at all. Andal has to flash out, but he still gets hit by Cask before he can get to the blast cone.
The Vault Breaker doesn't quite get there, but the 1-2 punch will. And there goes the only tank on Kwandong Freaks. Crazy to say so, and I'm very happy that I can do it because the multi-tank meta was kind of getting stale. As D+, they're going to take a Drake. They're also going to push the bot wave, and they're going to get to work in mid lane as well. Look at this turret. It is so incredibly low. And I mean, without that one dragon and one grub, this game has been all D+.
Yeah, they're up 5.5k gold. Like, it's kind of insane. We haven't really talked about it that much, and I think most of that comes from aiming, and the fact that Leaper has been taken out effectively of this game. And last game wasn't about him, but I really feel like they got kind of a dirty deal and draft in this one.
Yeah.
Rel is never really going to be picked for her laning strengths, and then add a Xayah on top of that. It just doesn't feel like the Xayah has really been hitting the mark. We see it here again.
So how many times have we seen the drop-off at the end? You saw it was up and to the right there as we check out the replay, so we'll hold that thought for the moment. Let's just see it.
I really appreciate the restraint here, and Andal is in a lose-lose scenario there, because if he doesn't flash, he dies, and as it turns out, even with the flash, he dies. Lucid just charging his Q is enough for Andal to try and find a way to get out of there. And it was interesting because what was happening was Deco was obviously going for the mid push, and then Kwangno was trying to look to punish the rotation, but then Andal got just a little bit separated from his team. Kellen was actually able to find the knock-up, and then play went from there. As you were saying, Atlas.
I can't remember.
Oh. Something about to the right.
Oh yeah, so it was up and to the right, the gold graph.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to work out exactly when the drop-off is going to be. So every time there's been a gold lead, today,
aiming is huge here already. So Showmaker has RFC third now.
Up and to the right. It's not a Gen G series.
So he can proc his Lich Bane off of that as well.
And so when's the moment where things are going to come back around? Maybe it is right now. Exactly right. Aiming. Going to get over the wall.
Yeah, everybody can get over walls. There's so much disengage.
So that is going to be the end of that one. Showmaker.
So he's able just to TB to top side now.
Oh,
He'll take this turret super fast too.
He has Lich Bane as well. Bulldog ulted as well in that fight. So Showmaker, I don't think he's going to take this. Would have loved for him to at least get a couple of autos off, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case.
That's sort of
he's playing pretty conservatively. I'm a bit disappointed that we haven't seen more proactive TF ults from D+ in terms of getting picks around objectives, but we'll see at the next Drake because that's going to be really telling.
Yeah, I often like,
why did they pick Jax? Because they thought it was TF top, so they tried to counterpick. It is due to comfort though, for sure.
Part of the sandwich question.
Yeah.
I just thought you were going to go with like Exile.
Why do other teams refuse to flex TF? I don't think mid AP TF is very good right now, and you have to have enough damage elsewhere in the composition to justify it, I think.
We are just discussing sandwiches, and I feel like we probably could talk about the fact that Dudu is possibly getting closed in on. Base gate going to get taken here by aiming. Ganked by a Zeri? That is not the Jax experience that you're looking for as he leap strikes, tries to get away. Destiny coming in as there's the flash from King, and he wastes absolutely no time, but then...
Wow, Leaper actually plays that pretty well.
Not the Jax experience that you're looking for as he leap strikes, tries to get away. Destiny.
Because he does get flashed on by the Gragas, right? But then he immediately triggers his ult, and then he's going to flash over the wall to get two people in the snare right here. Unfortunately, he also gets TF ulted on, so he tries to get over. He actually gets the root onto Showmaker as well, but Showmaker has Spellbook, so he had Cleanse. He actually has Cleanse coming into this fight. It's a really good play by Leaper, though. Gets a triple root.
Aiming holds his ground, though. The shield bow so powerful, and there is the one kill for the Zeri. Lucid will take one. Shield bow, but then the blender comes down. Aiming holds his ground, though. The shield bow so powerful, and the coming in as there's
Yeah, he did panic cleanse, but it's okay. I mean, that repositioning from Leaper ended up having a lot of value. But this is what I was talking about. This is the kind of play that you really want to see from D+, which is just playing super aggressively around your TF ult.
That is not the Jax experience that you're looking for as he leap strikes.
Right, because basically now you can see where everybody is on the map, and you know that they're not going to be able to be there in time. Good engage off of the Hex Gate from Ondil, though.
Aiming holds his ground, though. The shield bow so powerful. And there is the one kill for the Zeri. Lucid will take one, and they sacrifice King in, but for the good of the colony.
And game number 1 was a back and forth. Game number 2 is looking like a stomp Atlas as Kwangdong try to look for an
Yeah, Andal and Leaper have been very good. I mean, yeah, it doesn't end up being good for Kwangdong, but I mean, this is a hard situation to play from, and Andal and Leaper played it about as well as you could. I mean, it's just because it's topside and they know that, right? Bulldog does get insane chain CC'd, though. Has to use flash to get out as well. Yeah, Ondil was good last split, too.
And game number 1 was a back and forth.
Their picks are sus this draft, though, yeah, for sure.
Stomp Atlas as Kwangdong try to look for an overextension on the side of DK.
I would say their bans are more sus. But yeah, their picks are super sus.
Might be found here.
Oh dear. Trying to slink around. Okay, there's the smite. That'll deny it as he flashes over. But Showmaker's there with the gold card. And not a lot the Cuz can really do. He's going to try and offer as much damage as he can, but Lucid's going to grab it. And now they're going to jump straight on this Baron. Teleport comes in from a newly respawned King in. And D+, it's like game 1 never happened. Remember, he does not have... Kingen says...
Pretty clean game from D+.
The wave just not quite lasting long enough, and there goes the Baron.
This comp is really fun. What is Leaper doing, dude?
Unless Kingen says absolutely not, which he might. The wave just not quite lasting long enough, and there goes the Baron.
Like, what is Leaper doing here? He has no ult. That's so disrespectful. The fuck?
Remember, he does not have the Feather Storm available, and he just dies. Look at King, and he just lets aim. Not quite lasting long enough, and there goes the Baron.
Aiming just rocks up and, you know, from the Baron and just kills him. All right.
King, and he just lets aiming come over and cherry pick the kill. Showmaker now looking for some stragglers. And, oh my goodness, gives him the thumbs up. The special delivery is Ondil. Showmaker now looking for some
Yikes, man.
and, oh my goodness, gives him the thumbs up. The special delivery is Ondil. I guess, like, came over for solidarity.
Oh, ugly end of this game, though.
Kill for aiming. Of course, aiming's the one that scoops up the kills.
Over, but I think the game is about to be done, and you might as well try to get a Hail Mary here. Leaper actually, I think, does a really good job, but Bulldog just immediately gets cast into multiple people, and Leaper does.
Yeah, Leaper could have lived if he didn't walk forward there.
It looks, it feels cool with the flash.
Yeah.
But there's just not enough damage. And then this, yeah, I
look at this.
So the previous one, and some of the moments thus far, I'm like, I think that does feel a little bit like Zaya.
Yeah, D+ playing these disengage comps with Zeri twice in a row. Please don't give them this Zeri again. Kwangdong's ridiculous. Annyeonghaseyo. He just says hello.
Oh man, the classic.
That's great.
Showmaker. Welcome, welcome.
It's easy to forget, you know, with the couple of the up and down years. Oh, guys, come on.
Oh dear. Well, Andil, I think, will struggle to survive this play. Leprechauns have
Against Cal.
up into the sky, and get fate and look this good as Dindin.
Very clean game by D+. Nice. Nice to see them playing well. That was really well played, I think.
The game's over. We're gonna go to a game number 3.
Big draft edge, though. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We'll be back for the next one.
After the first half of
All right, we're back.
The draft, you could look at Quantum go bounce back over to DK, get the mini reverse sweep.
All right, so we're still banning Nautilus for reasons because we want them to pick Zeri. Please ban Zeri. We're banning LeBlanc versus Showmaker. Okay. Tristana. So Bulldog doesn't have champions to play now. Yep. And we're finally we banned Zeri.
As a result of that, in my opinion,
Skarner. Ezreal. Okay, fine. So we're gonna take Vi. Yep.
On the final rotation.
When is the next cooking stream? I think it will be July 12th. That's the preliminary date, but I'll get back to you on that. Somebody made a donation. Hold up.
Exactly what they do decide to do, because we did see him have a lot of fun on the Twisted Fate as well. But vitally, I think it's just too good to really pass up. And so going to be locking that one away once again.
It just didn't trigger.
Stocks are rising.
So I will read it though. Thank you.
Going to lock that one away.
This might also be Ezreal mid. If there is a player that I expect to pull it out, it will be
not anymore.
No, never mind. That immediately get that question answered. Bulldog locks it in. The idea, obviously, with the One being that you're just able to play and sustain for the early game. Talia doesn't have that much damage in lane, and then late game you have enough mobility to outmaneuver as King and
all right, it's all busted, so I can't see it.
The Renekton here, and the Renekton makes a ton of sense.
Ah, Yone for Bulldog. It is over. Saw this video from Dom and absolutely had me in tears. Would love to reaction to stream. All right, what is it? Send me a link. Dangerous.
Okay,
all right, we'll watch it before we get into this.
How do we have 6 kills in 20 minutes with these team comps? We have Rel, Viego, Renekton, Talia on one side, and then we have Finn.
I haven't seen this. Okay, I'm gonna do this game later.
With a fucking Kaisa Nautilus. Oh, he did the loop-de-loop, bro.
No way. Oh my lord.
I'm actually not gonna watch this game.
Bro, please.
That is crazy.
Sejuani with a fucking Kaisa Nautilus. Oh,
Finn was playing the Kled again.
Oh, he missed! And then we have Finn playing Kled with a Sejuani with a fucking Kaisa
How do you miss from here, though?
Nautilus. Oh, he did the loop-de-loop, bro.
How do you miss from there?
Oh, he missed! Oh, he has
No way. Oh my lord.
He missed! It's such a joke, bro. Please.
That is crazy. That is nuts.
Thank you, R. Farley, dude, 97.
I can't.
This is hilarious.
I can't anymore.
I can't believe it.
I can't, bro. It's just so insane to me.
Look at this. I wonder if you know if you've been to Tokyo.
Bro.
I like the Yamato Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious.
Oh, and then he does like, what the?
Why is he going to the other turret? You know, like.
I bet you people are gonna be coping and be like, oh, I think he missed on purpose. Look at him, bro. He knows that's his last LEC game right here. I want him to be on the tiebreakers after he loses this. Dude, I don't know what happened, man. I used to like Marcoon. I'm just perma-flaming him. Seems like a nice guy too. I've spoke to him before.
He was cool at the poker table, man. He was good at the
seems
poker
like a cool
table.
guy too. I don't know. I'm just too mentally ill, bro. I just see somebody write it down for a certain period of time. I just have to like start hating on them. Something wrong with me.
Bro, I lost a hand against him. I couldn't believe it.
This looks not great for Rogue. Oh, maybe it's fine.
Huge engagement, bro.
Like, kind of in there though.
Zoelis.
Oh my god, the flash.
Did you guys see what Zoelis did, by the way?
I don't know. He somehow hooked through the whole team. Did he just miss and hit the wall?
Bro, he hooked the Drake. He hooked the Drake and just.
They're going back in. They're going back in. Suba has no ult. Wait, what is Duelist doing?
Oh my god.
These teams are complete shit.
The flash. He missed his flash. Great Glacial Prison.
I can't do it anymore. Mama, get me home.
Oh, aggression.
Oh, no, it's just so horrible, bro. No, I need, you know what I need?
Mama, get me home.
Oh, aggression.
Oh, no, it's just so horrible, bro. No, I need, you know what I need? I would pay these guys an unreal amount of money to get all 10 players in call with me to rewatch this game together. That's what I need. I
That would
need
be very
all these
funny content.
motherfuckers to sit with me and rewatch what they fucking did.
That's funny. This is E's version of Renegades versus Dignitas. It was funny. Thank you, Farley, dude.
Particularly when you have the Talia jungle, but this is,
All right, back to
this is King and
maybe a better game. All right, so we have the Morgana here again from Cuz because they see the Vi. Also pretty good value into Talia because you can stop the seismic shove. So that's always nice, but we have to watch Bulldog play Yone, which is a very painful
changing up his
experience.
style here. Not that he never plays Renekton, but in what he has done so far in this series. Just Showmaker with fine
Just
mid.
blinding the Renekton here, but they have Renekton Vi synergy in the top side, and Kingan's been having a good series so far.
Renekton mid that he did used to absolutely love.
And then, oh god.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So now we're going to ban Lucian, ban a couple more 80 carries, no Cassante in the top side, and no Rel. Andal was playing well on Rel, so I think that's kind of reasonable, but we left the Leona up, so we're just going to take
I was getting mildly excited
Callista.
as well.
Okay, take Leona here probably.
For his aiming, I know.
Poppy top.
Oh,
Poppy top
good
into
yeah,
Renekton?
actually.
Dudu, we know, is a no.
Okay. I mean, look, the Poppy does have good value into Vi and to Callista as well. I guess this could be Poppy support. Like, Poppy support would probably feel really good right here. So if Andal has practiced the Mickey X Poppy support, then having it into Vi, like, this whole comp has dashes you can stop right, but it particularly strong in that bot side. So, no, play it support. Come on, man.
That's one of the cool things I think about. You could even technically like still go for the Morgana support and then try and pick something else out. I don't think that's going to be the case for obvious reasons. And it looks like Ezreal Leona, I think, is an insane 2v2. So I think this is a great choice here.
I mean, Ezreal Leona is very strong in the 2v2, and Poppy does have a lot of utility in the team fights in the late game, but
Renata angle sounds pretty good.
Yeah, because
I really wish the Poppy was support here.
All short range. And Kellen's Renata.
Who would go top if Poppy support? Gragas? I mean, if Dudu can play Gragas, then Gragas is the answer.
The best.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, like tied with carry out.
Like, the thing is, you can play Gragas, therefore you have some extra AP damage in this composition, too.
And their last, was it their last series this week as well, where he played a very, very good Renata game? It might have actually been the case, but yeah.
As well?
Been around on it, as that he managed to answer back after a change on the side.
Poppy is kind of weak. Yeah, it's the Ez that makes it maybe not so good, but the Poppy is strong. I mean, we've seen Keria do this too, play Poppy support into Callista. We've seen Mickey X do it.
It's still getting me. I don't know. Like, feels like all week we've had just regular fan chants, and today it's just absurd. Very
might become loss or win here.
Any loss that isn't to Gen G.
Why CV Max killing Bulldog Yone, man? It's only his second game on Yone, but he was bad in the first one. It's because he can only play Tristan Corky, and they don't have anything else they could do. He could have played Hui here, though, potentially, right? But they wanted an AD mid because they were going to pick Morgana. Like, basically what happened here in the draft is they're like, ooh, we're going to pick Morgana into, you know, their plan was give them Vi because Lucid loves to play Vi and pick Morg into it. So you need an AD mid, right? And Tristan Corky were banned. Does Bulldog play Lucian or Varus? Which are, I mean, I think you'd rather have the Yone, just objectively. It's just that Bulldog is bad at playing Yone.
Get through that one. Although with Hanwha, as they are right now, I honestly have no idea how that one's going to go.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting. Kingen, not going to have as much fun in this matchup as you do in a lot of other Renekton matchups.
Yone doesn't feel good into Talia. I mean, Yone feels not good into most lane matchups.
Ready for late.
Felchmaster 9000. Thank you for your 15 months of subscription. What a great day for some bangers only. Indeed, Felchmaster. I am drunk right now, but are you a fan of the song Baba Yetu? I don't even know what that song
It's an
is.
interesting decision if you just look at these drafts
Yeah.
at face value. You see the Renata, you see the Vi. But I do think that these type of compositions, they always have an out if they can just get a pick. The problem is that just getting a pick into Poppy and Morgana is going to be exceptionally hard.
Ain't that the Civ 4 song? Oh, that one, yeah. Sure.
And then
It's a banger.
things get quite difficult. especially when you're setting up for objectives and things like that.
Yeah.
The Keeper's Verdict is so incredibly
I've been
powerful.
playing some Stellaris again
And I
recently.
think there will be a bit of a microscope on,
What a great game.
on Kellen. I'm really struggling to say words.
They've
correctly.
changed so many of the mechanics since the last time I played it, though. That's I had to relearn it now.
Maybe it's the eclectic series we had earlier.
Yes, Baba Yetu, the
Maybe
Civ
it's like
song, so good.
everything
Agreed.
is very
I
different
played
in this
many
series
an
compared to
hour
the
of Civ
previous
4.
one. So we've just had a very
Shout out
drastic
Leonard
change.
Nimoy
It's
narration.
also very hot in Low Park because of the fans going.
Do the stream is mild spoilers, like this player played well this game, not allowed. Nah, we don't care about spoilers here, man.
Really hard, then
This is for
you
analysis
get cooler.
purposes, not and discussion, not
No,
for
not when they're huge.
spoiler-free viewing.
Joke could have landed, I think. I think I just needed to be better at it, you know? I'll try that one
Your
again.
delivery was so. I thought you were gonna deliver it in normal Atlas way, where you look at me and go like, "That was a bad joke, wasn't it, Chronic?" And then it was just not even. And then that tilts me. There's no winning, unfortunately. Taking a look at the runes, aiming is gonna go for the on-hit variety again. No Hail Blades.
Leaper was inting pretty bad. I mean, I thought Leaper was pretty good in the last game.
There's been a few, like, people doing the cheeky opportunity.
It's,
you know?
I think it makes sense as well. And I forget whether it was in this, definitely on next patch. Might have been on this one.
It just feels bad to play some of these farming AP junglers and then just have your mid pushed in the whole game because you're playing Yone.
But I don't know if they're really, because the health bars actually aren't that low. Credit to Undo and Leaper. And what this does do is Lucid making sure that his bot lane is going to be able to get the wave in.
Yep. And they do manage to do that. See whether they go for some sort of reset. Looks like they're kind of planning on sticking around for another wave.
Yeah,
What's my favorite egg dish? I don't even know how to answer that question. Like, for breakfast? What do you mean by egg dish?
Keeping Leaper and Undo in this 2v2 is the best case scenario. Use those early levels where Renata Kalista just does so much damage. And you can't all in because of the bailout.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that you get handshook whenever you try to go in, which feels a little
I
bit
like
sad. Moves up towards his
tomato
top.
egg stir fry,
Is
Chinese
getting
dish.
somewhat
I like
low.
shakshuka.
Has that ward.
I'm a big shakshuka
Absolutely
fan.
Fine. Vision here in this brush for D+. It's Kellen hit by a pot shot. And Lucid once again going for a little
We need
bit of
Susie to join the
something.
baggers. She can comment on your commentary.
Pretty perfect
I'm
positioning
glad you
here.
liked Susie on the cooking stream, guys.
They
It's
look
fun
for
to
it.
be able to do
Yeah.
that with her.
He's going to get out. And that is going to completely diffuse the situation. Great timing, like you were saying, from Cuz to get himself up here. Might be a Grump that he misses out on. As Showmaker coming on over as well. Man, this is...
Oh, he reads the play, though.
Yeah, how many levels of chess are we all playing together here?
Are you also a fan of Chinese egg and tomato and noodles? Sure. That's what I just said. The egg and tomato stir fry. Delicious.
Should be able to get this with the smite nonetheless. Oh, that was
Maybe for my next cooking stream, I'll do some Sichuan food.
Because if he just used his W, not going to be the case.
Couldn't quite see what was going on there. And so Lucid going to move back towards his side of the jungle. And this time around, it wasn't the start of the jungle with Cuz finding that amazing steal on the Raptors and then forcing Lucid to sort of waste his time for quite a while. This time around, things are looking a little bit more honest as far as the jungle matchup is concerned.
Yeah, big thing is the level 1. The level 1
When is Culture going to start reviewing the bear? Probably never. Because it doesn't fit in Nerd Legion's theme.
Obviously, Vi's level 1 is really weak, but Kwang Nong Den was able to make it happen. This time around, not the case. Don't want to run the risk of like trying to go into an extended 1v1 level 1 fight. Rather against the Kalista, and now they get the dragon. Great back timings to come through here for aiming in Callan's one. If this is a Chemtech Drake next, we are in for another fun time.
Okay, so Kalista early Drake control here.
Oh, it's. I think it's a guaranteed cloud. I think we're guaranteed cloud.
I do think the bear is a very good show, though.
Hey, if your waters are saying cloud, I'm willing to trust you as we might have a skirmish here.
Yeah, Bulldog gonna have to ult his way over.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, does killing it.
Hey, if your waters are saying cloud, I'm.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, very nice play by Kellen
I
here.
think it's a guaranteed cloud. I think we're guaranteed cloud.
Just repeatedly interrupting Leona's back.
Hey, if your waters are saying cloud, I'm willing to trust you as we might have a skirmish here.
Yeah, Bulldog gonna have to ult his way over.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, does take a lot of pressure off Showmaker here, but already a lot of.
Yeah, Bulldog is doing well, but again, they just have to kind of give up all objectives, which feels really bad.
To eat those rocks as he makes his way back to his soul, but he is going to be absolutely fine. So level 6 gets hit, and immediately he has to use the ultimate.
Do want to reiterate that it is the expectation that DK is just going to get the early objectives, right? They should, realistically. You want to get at least, I don't know, get to 6 grubs, obviously, ideally, but as long as you get to 4, I don't think you're going to be feeling too bad. Get to 2 Drakes ASAP as well, particularly with how...
Yeah, Bulldog is doing better in this lane than I thought he would be. But again, I think it's mostly just like, you know, issues with the draft. Nice bind.
On to Kellen, who bails himself out, but it's not going to be enough. There is first.
Not sure Leaper needed to flash that, but whatever.
Perfect timing on the gank.
They know exactly where Vi is.
Nicely done there.
Top on grubs.
Thought he could walk it off, but he could in fact not. Gets hit by the binding. They do get the flash out of Leaper, and aiming stays alive. It's still a big win for Kwangdong, but not the end of the world for DK. Nicely done there, though, by Cuz coming through the end.
Perfect timing on
Leaper didn't need to flash this, though.
Is going to connect on to Kellen, who bails himself out, but it's not going to be enough. There is first blood going over to Cuz. Perfect timing on the gank. And Kellen just caught out.
Really nicely done there. Kellen thought he could walk it off, but he could in fact not. Gets hit by the binding. They do get the flash out of Leaper, and aiming stays alive. It's still a big win for Kwangdong, but not the end of the world for DK. Nicely done there, though, by Cuz coming through the enemy jungle. So we have Lucid just, again, it's a kind of a reverse of last, or first game rather, situation where it's Lucid actually just invading continuously. And it's Cuz having the impact as all.
Crazy that Lucid is up in farm versus Morg.
Last time, can he do it again?
Yeah.
But getting grubs and Drake will do that for you.
Does have flash. And he reads it.
He's dashing out of there. Unbinds the soul, but not anything he needs to worry about. Aiming. Nice dodge, but Leaper is able to answer very, very well there.
Yeah, he is Sheen. That's a, it's a bit of a spike. In short trades, Ezreal in general is going to be really impressive for the Kalista.
Lucid has this full jungle to go through right now, too.
Just continuing. But if aiming can get in a longer all-in fight, still, oh, there we go.
Yeah, Fate's Call comes down. Kellen finds a handshake. There's a cleanse. Hostile takeover comes in. Kellen almost dies. And that is not the kill. But they do get, I think, the cleanse.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You get the cleanse out of Leaper. You give up 2 ultimates, but the timing with the next Drake should still be fine. Grubs aren't going to be up anytime soon. As we're taking another look here, and Kellen does completely fine up until the point here, because they have vision in the brush, so I think you just have to respect and go for the flash when the binding comes out.
Pretty sloppy to walk up like that when you know that they know that Vi is topside.
Oh, Kalista chair.
Yeah. Don't quite know what he says there. It sounded like Kalista chair. But that's not what it was.
Maybe, I mean, could be an angle there where like aiming takes the binding and then just cleanses it.
Could have been.
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, as we do have the first Bex come through. Basically,
I think it's just flash the bind too.
The Faded Ashes did just miss a binding on a Scuttle, but that happens to everyone. If you're not a jungler. I've been beating by Scuttle when I'm playing like Carthus. And he just, I swear, all of a sudden.
I mean, no one has moves like Scuttle.
Yeah, they really don't.
Nope.
Oh, look at this. Just Showmaker heading into the fog there meant that Leaper and Under are like, oh, wait, we got to back off for a little bit because there are still no cleanse, no flash available for the Kwangdong bot laner. And oh, there we go. Again, look at this. Lucid on his way. Showmaker.
Showmaker's coming in. He just TP'd back into mid, looking to actually dive this right now. Lucid and Showmaker synergy is getting a lot better.
DK, this is their preferred angle of attack. Just put Kwangdong's bot lane in a ditch.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they are. I think, you know, this time around, Bulldog actually in lane. So
bot lane priority has been really huge for D+ in this series so far.
A full wave.
Is this KDF roster relatively cheap? Yeah, I'm sure it's cheap. They're probably their most expensive players because they picked off of KT this offseason. Everybody else is going to be pretty cheap.
Still got a good amount, so
yeah, not too bad.
Feeling too bad.
It's all right. Aiming gets a ward over. And this is a high level of intensity. 500 gold as D+ are down first blood, but have still been farming very effectively. It's not the situation where you've got Lucid falling behind. I think Showmaker's holding his own like you were talking about, and it's the plate advantage and CS advantage for aiming on that bottom side. D+, I mean, there's one thing that they do every single game, and it is try their very best to give as much...
You know, I haven't watched the LEC this weekend. I was wondering which match to watch. And I saw I was doing bangers only. Ooh, you know, I would know best. I don't know, man. I mean, I just wanted to pick some of the top teams that were playing.
50-50, and we'll see whether it's actually
You know what I mean?
on top or not.
In terms of
The obvious one is Fnatic BDS.
Oh, yeah.
But I also wanted to laugh at Vitality, so I picked SK Vitality as well.
There it is. I mean, look, I didn't even look. I just knew. We knew it was going to be a Cloud Soul. It was just a matter of time. As Quantum Freaks, they're going to even out the bubs.
Are we off the KDF hype train? I was never on the KDF hype train because I thought I wanted to wait to get on the hype train until I saw Bulldog do something on a champion that wasn't Trist or Corki. Because I think they've been kind of fraudulent.
When you have particularly the Renekton in the side lane, a little bit of extra pressure.
Yep.
Who fell to bottom too? Rogue and Vitality.
On that last minion. And slink back into the fog of war. You can see Kingen actually was dashing forward. Lucid here to collect that last bub. Showmaker gonna...
Cuz has been fine, but I think Cuz has been good, man.
Around, and that will be that. So, 2 dragons, 4 minutes on the next one. That'll be soul point for D+. And the bub's also going to be helping out with getting these turrets down. No plates being removed in the mid lane on either side, in fact. As Kellen is just going to throw some logistics protocols around.
Gold's basically even though, and if you look at the DK comp, think they still have a fair amount of time before you really hit the dreaded point where you go, oh god, how do we win any fight? And this is, I think, where things are looking the best. And as you're saying, well, Eclipse done, Sundered Sky done, Showmaker finishes for Paradigm, and as soon as aiming goes back, he will have his as well.
That's a lot of spikes.
Yeah, you got to start knocking down turrets, and you got to get Herald, right? And one kind of leads into the other. If you get the Herald, it becomes a lot easier. But particularly getting the mid lane turret is...
I mean, just having these advantages right now when it comes to Drake priority is so huge with Kalista. So
safe space for the enemy team. You see Kwangdong, despite everything, Bulldog has actually been able to do a really good job of holding on tightly to that mid lane turret and still sitting at 5 plates as of right now.
Yep, Lucid going to be able to steal this one away very comfortably. As Kingen sets up shop on the bottom side of the map. You can see now aiming going to move towards mid. And we've got Renekton and Talia in these side lanes as
That's
teleport's
big.
coming down.
Might mean a guaranteed Herald here for DK if they play their cards well. It's coming up about 10 seconds and King can just TP. As the option isn't available for Dudu. Plates are also going to drop, so it's not like Dudu can just try and trade for plates in return. As
every objective goes to D+. I mean, they have the Void Might buff as well.
Get a numbers advantage, but we see, yeah, Dudu is like, guys, I'm on my way. I am, in fact, trying to join.
He's booking it. Handle, wanting to find that solar flare angle. Just throws out a Zenith Blade as Kingen, you can see, in that brush, ready to teleport if they need to.
Oh, DK wants to fight for sure here. Look at their spikes.
Oh, yeah.
Blade of the Rune King is done.
Well, we're going to press that teleport button. That's a great ward, and there it is. They pull the trigger as Lucid. He comes on over. It's not going to be the Herald secured, but can they find the fight? Is the question as King just walks past Handle. He wants Leaper as in goes Bulldog, but out he comes on over. It's not going to be...
Look at their spikes.
Oh, yeah.
Blade of the Rune King is done.
Well, we're going to press that teleport button. That's a great ward, and there it is.
Yeah, very good ward on the flank here. Great wall by Showmaker because he divides them so nicely in half. Poppy on the flank here does get rid of Showmaker, but Showmaker already divided the fight, so it's not actually that big of a deal. Kingen able to get into the side here. He's able just to use his TP.
They pull the trigger as Lucid. He comes on over. It's not going to be the Herald.
And he's just able to run straight around Ian on top of Leaper, get a huge amount of damage onto Leaper.
And there it is. They pull the trigger as Lucid. He comes on over. It's not going to be the Herald secured, but can they find the fight? Is the question as King just walks past Handle. He wants Leaper as in goes Bulldog.
Where's Kellen's ult here? Very good ult from Kellen. Extremely good ult from Kellen. It's good team fighting from D+ too because they peel back in order to protect their back line there. So Kingen actually has a very good fight. Kingen has I mean, the setup here is just so good, right? Now watch Kingen. Watch how Kingen plays this. You know what I mean? He basically ignores Andal except to use Andal in order to get his slice and dice forward. Gets the W onto Leaper, cues him at the same time, forces his cleanse, and then he comes back to actually peel off the back line. Really good Talia wall, though. Really good TP.
But trading one kill for the Herald, maybe you're kind of okay with that on Kwangdong's side.
Depends how much damage they're going to be able to do here as the TP comes in. The answer is not a whole lot. And yeah, I agree. I think you take that trade if you're Kwangdong. It's not the end of the world for DK. Losing the fight is obviously the worst case scenario, but not really what you were looking for. With both TPs now invested, though, Kingen should be able to get a decent amount of damage. I think Kwangdong actually played really well here. Very ready to go for the disengage. Showmaker tries to split up the fight, but immediately gets knocked out. So I think Dudu does a really good job here. Bulldog obviously can play really aggressive because he has his snapback on the E. And DK, going Bulldog here.
Yeah, Bulldog's going to flash and does manage to make it out.
Bulldog's Yone mechanics are looking better this game compared to what we saw previously.
Forward, so really well played here by the young mid laner.
Just need to give this guy something he can buffer, okay? It can be Kitana. Yone's fine as well. Before you know it, Nautilus mid is coming back and he's just hooking.
Oh, no.
No, I remember that tournament. I'd rather not.
Yeah. We, thankfully, I think we saw the end of that. I imagine if that came up in the patch thing.
I mean, even at MSI 2022, it wasn't a real thing. Everyone just kept kept playing it.
It's doing me mind control, I swear. That's and maybe just like a little bit of Chovy in that sort of arc where he just wanted to play any bruiser in the mid lane that he could find.
So first test was passed for Kwangdong. Now the second one. Can they do well in this fight? Bulldog doesn't have TP. He's actually pretty far behind.
Yeah.
I think you got to give over this whole point. We'll see. Maybe Dudu can get a crazy ult yet again.
They can find it. It's definitely important as now Kingen, he's going to rotate over. Callanan aiming in the area. True Shot Barrage doesn't really find the mark, and they let the dragon reset. In they go, though. Callanan looks for the handshake, and he'll find it. Andal goes in and goes out via the death chamber. There's now Bulldog. He's dashing around trying to find his opportunities. Slice and Dice gets Kingen out of there. They look for a bit of a reset. Yeah, exactly. So Bulldog, he picked up the eye. That means that he's able to just take this one down. Kingen able to shove another wave in. Kwangdong Freaks get control of the dragon. Exactly, so Bulldog, he the death chamber. Doesn't really find the mark.
I mean, this is a pretty good, ends up being a pretty good trade.
Looks for the handshake and he'll find it. Andal goes in and goes out via the death chamber.
Thing is that they had to use a lot to even get that pick off right there. You know, Showmaker's ult is down, Kellen's ult is down. They have to deal with the Herald in mid lane. Bulldog's going to get some local gold.
That means that he's able to just take this one down. Kingen able to shove another wave in. Kwangdong Freaks get control of the dragon. Boosted hits level.
Dudu still has ult too, so they have to be very careful about this.
We've got another fight. Aiming's back though as Bulldog doesn't quite find that one. He snaps back. Another handshake is good. There's a seismic shove as Steadfast Presence means Lucid can't really do anything. And Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't.
They can re-engage though when Leona comes in, maybe. They get onto Leaper. Leaper has no flash, so they have control over Banana Brush, so they're able to use Kalista ult to knock up. Leaper's too far forward here. And he gets W'd as well. He just gets insanely CC'd. This is Baby Leaper's worst series so far this year. Good turn, though, from D+. Shot calling much better to give up that Drake and then re-engage later.
Hopefully for DK, they're able to pick this one up as Kwangdong, they kept prodding and poking, really didn't want to give up Soul Point, which I understand. Cloud Soul, we value it, I think, very appropriately here in the LCK.
He shouldn't have used Ez ult right there either.
It's really interesting because this fight looks so good at the beginning because they just blow up Andal, but that ultimate from the grave actually does a lot of damage and prevents them from continuing. And then here, this is where the poke comes in. Cuz a little bit late on that Black Shield, which means Dudu takes a lot of damage. He's their front line. So if Dudu can't
Oh man, the Callista ult is so good.
And then here, the double knock-up, really well done.
King and is zoning both their flanks too, so they can't actually peel for anybody.
A complete disaster is the fact that Bulldog kills both Showmaker and Kellen off of the back of that fight, even forces the flash out of aiming as well. So a lot of cooldowns invested.
Yeah, Bulldog's Yone has been better than I thought it would be from what I've seen from him previously.
We see even in those moments, Kwangdong, they're still very valiantly fighting. And oh my god.
Yeah, that's a big lead for Bulldog, and he is a little bit 1v9 this game. Seems that even if he's on Freak's composition to save himself from the Zenith Blade misses though. That's actually massive.
Oh, a fight is brewing, Atlas.
Yeah, Showmaker could be in trouble here. We'll see whether he does step up as Lucid. He walks in. The Zenith Blade misses though. That's actually massive, and in goes Lucid. He's maybe
I haven't been in love with Cuz's Black Shields this series. It feels like he uses it too early a lot of the time. Bulldog's just stunned forever. Oh, but he still dies. Wow, nice. Oh my god. This fucking Croc is huge. I mean, they use so much to kill Bulldog here, but it ends up working out actually. So nobody can actually kill Kingen. Gets healing from Empowered Q right there. He's got another Empowered ability. Uses it with his E to double dash. Then he just gets another Q. Empowered W. Dead.
And that is gonna be a full-on ace, Atlas.
It's crazy too because he just has Eclipse and Tunneler.
It looked a little dicey at the middle. So initially in that fight, I think they know the amount of people there, but the coordination is just a little off. Lucid goes super deep, trying to CC Cuz, but the bailout, I don't think Callan is in range, so he just dies, right? Or rather, Callan, I imagine, wants to hold the bailout for aiming, and then they do get it, but aiming...
King and CPs have been on point this game.
So the kill onto Bulldog doesn't actually get the reset, and it looks a little dicey, but do note, with Yone gone, the only person with a gold lead...
Leaper also standing. I mean, look at Leaper's positioning, though. I mean, he literally walks up on this Renekton, right? He's trying to get vision because they don't have vision in those brushes, but Leaper's been too far forward.
Sees a tasty snack.
Yeah, that's a big croc. And Showmaker also getting knocked out with the Keeper's Verdict and then immediately just walling straight back in again. That sort of works. I kind of like the Talia into the Poppy angle, as we often do see a fair bit of Talia alongside Poppy just for the full you're not allowed to move.
Oh, DK.
Yeah, this is a pretty early one. Minute and a half. True Shot Barrage is going to scope out exactly what's going on here as now Showmaker, he's got the wall. No, he doesn't actually have the wall up and available. Cuz can come on over and they do not want to flip this.
Yeah, really good shout here from DK. Because in 50 seconds, Drake comes up and you can force Kwangdong to make a move for the Dragon, especially now that there's no teleporter. Bulldog
gets the knock up onto Showmaker here. He gets the Sarah Shield.
Nice flash on the W.
And Bulldog just solo kills him. That's one way to get it done as the Kwangdong Freaks, they're back in it, and now it's their turn to possibly go for a Baron.
Oh, Lucid is still alive. This is a big risk, but they want to try and go for it. And Bulldog, am I hearing some Chovy chants in the background? Finds the 1v1.
All right.
And they have Poppy. Lucid should not be allowed to get near this.
Exactly. Bulldog,
Well, if Yone and Poppy just zone the pit.
But this is going to be a guaranteed Baron. And there it goes. Solar Flare doesn't find too much good. Knock up True Shot Barrage onto the Crocodile.
Nice job by Kwangdong.
Now he's below half health.
Yeah, just play for Soul.
I'm actually very impressed by Bulldog in this game. This is not what I expected at all.
But that time it felt like both DK and Kwangdong make colossal mistakes. This doesn't even
His soul is up now.
Obviously him dying is horrible, but I don't think anyone saw that coming there from Bulldog. He's 2 levels up. They need to get this Dragon, and it looks like they will be able to. And I think that is a good call from Kwangdong. Overstepping here could be a really big mistake. So it's going to be soul point for Nash.
The thing is, the soul is not super amazing. Like, the Cloud Soul is not super amazing on D+'s composition. Like, yeah, it can be good on Callista. It can definitely be good onto Renekton, but it's not, you know, has virtually no value to Talia. It's not super good onto Renata. You know, it's not amazing onto Vi. So it's the Cloud's soul value is not huge.
When it comes to trying to make the play.
He was calling this immediately and just knew that's what he had to do. Yep, let's get over and let's do the Baron.
Man, Bulldog.
He is a commando. Very, very vocal. Great to see as they are going to be able to take down this outer turret on the top side of the map. That is a 2.5k Red Bull Baron power play. And it's facing off against a Soul as 5.5 minutes Chronicler, and it is Elder time.
Showmaker, I was about to say, I really would like to see an early Void Staff here, because otherwise Dudu is just not going to take damage, because aiming is on hit Kalista, so like he's not dealing with Dudu. That's not happening. And the only one that really does a good job or decent job of shredding for him is like the combination of Lucid and Kingen. But Kingen didn't go Cleaver, which I think is completely fine. I think the itemization is completely adequate. But it's Lucid that is the one that's gonna apply it. And like between the two of them, I don't know how much armor reduction to have, but like empowered E from or like double E from Renekton plus Vi passive plus the Black Cleaver, it'll be a lot. But that's a long time hitting people that aren't the carries on Kwangdong.
I think if you've got Vi applying Black Cleaver stacks to a Poppy, then you're probably having a rough time in the team fight.
Yeah, so, and I would like Showmaker to maybe build...
Oh! They found him! The seismic shove pops him back. He does find the ulti though as Bulldog. They will not give up. The hostile takeover too good as well. As Kingen trying to keep himself alive. The heroic charge. Kingen's out of there. They managed to get the kill onto Leaper as well, and the damage has been removed. Lucid tries to get in on top of Andil. He's not offering anything back as Showmaker's throwing rocks all over the place. The damage.
Yeah, Leaper's having a rough time, man.
Maybe they've found stacks to a Poppy, then you're probably having a rough time in the team fight.
Yeah, so...
yeah, the rotational speed, that's a good observation. Vi's fucking zooming with that blue smite in two clouds. Yeah, heading through these brushes. I mean, look at how fast that Vi comes around to the side on the flank. Really good play by Lucid there. You can just get the flank so quickly in Cloud Jungle with the fucking blue smite.
Kingen's out of there. They managed to get the kill. The ulti though is Bulldog. They will not give up the hostile.
I would like Showmaker to maybe build...
You don't expect him to be that fast. Nice Q flash as well. Look at the value of the Renata ult at the same time. Absolutely huge. Oh, Kingen lives just barely. Dudu doesn't get the wall bang, doesn't get the stun. Otherwise, Kingen dies there. His Hysterics had already been procced.
Lucid tries to get in on top of Andil. He's not offering anything back as Showmaker's throwing rocks all over the place. The Cloud thought Kingen had have gone back.
Yeah, the Cloud Jungle actually MVP there for D+.
It's the power of the Clouds, Atlas!
Baby!
Oh, Lucid! That flank, flash Q into...
Beautiful flank. I mean, Bulldog makes a pretty big heads-up ult right afterwards to get them into the choke point.
Laid on the black shield there. Doesn't have the response time. And you see, like they get...
Oh, Kingen isn't quite there.
Your main to ult, and cause just a second laid on the black shield there.
Lieber also gets caught.
Doesn't have the response time. And you
Ease out, has to flash over the wall because Aiming is there. Doesn't actually stop him. Aiming just comes over the wall himself with his flash. The Renata ult was huge, I agree.
Oh, man. Yeah, you're never going to get away from this team.
What a fight for second place, Atlas.
Oh, I can't wait for round 2.
Because even with that win, I want to note that didn't lead to an objective getting picked up for DK.
No, they just nullified Baron, right?
Yeah, which is big, but in of itself not enough. Bono is still going to have another shot at trying to win the Elder fight. If Cuz can get a crazy steal, Bulldog should be able to finish his IE at that point.
Well, they're just looking for any target here. The handshake does bring Andor back. Again, it's a late Black Shield as he's taking a lot of damage. They change their focus to Leaper, and the bottom lane is eviscerated immediately. Teleport coming in from King in here as well. He's on barely any help, but Bulldog is going to get caught by the W. The root, and the bottom lane is eviscerated immediately. Target here, the handshake does bring Andor back. Again, it's a late Black Shield as he's taking a lot of damage.
Bulldog should be able to finish his IE at that point.
All right, Leaper's trying to get back here, right? He gets over via E, but he's rooted by his ult animation, and then Vi's able to walk up on him. Showmaker also does a good job getting into this fight. Right. Using the Talia wall to get on top of the Ezreal and then combo. I mean, that's a beautiful play by Showmaker, right? That is a beautiful play by Showmaker. Because this is what you want, right? This is the Vi Talia combo. But the timing couldn't be more perfect because he's just stationary. Showmaker shows up at the precise instant that basically the Vi ult ends to get the WE onto him. It's really good. It's really good.
Dives on in, and Dudu, he's the last man standing. D plus Kia just destroyed them.
And if it's only Dudu standing, they can chew through him without a problem.
Yeah, there was some Black Cleaver stacks that time around, I think.
At Kwangdong, I think you just let Endel die. It's fine. It's just one guy. But instead, they try to rectify the.
Yeah, you just got to get out of there at that point in time. I agree.
Ends up backfiring immensely. Again, the Black Shield.
All right, that's just a beautiful follow-up, though. Lieber probably felt very safe in that position.
It's try to rectify the situation.
Cuz wastes Black Shield onto Andil, too.
Ends up backfiring immensely.
Like, and because he wasted Black Shield, now the Vial, he's not playing it right. Like, Cuz is just not playing the Morgana well. Like, I understand the theory behind the Morgana pick, but he hasn't actually Black Shielded like a Vi ult, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to do it to save Andil. That's not the point of the Black Shield in this composition. You have to save it for the carries so Vi can't ult.
When it isn't crucial, is such a colossal mistake.
KDF bot lane doing bad this series? I don't know. Like, they've had ups and downs, I would say. Last game they had some really big ups. I mean, they drew the Rel ban because Andil was playing really well on it.
And it is all in D+'s favor, right? Like, they've had control of this game for the majority. They sort of let Quantum Freaks back in with that great Baron play. And Bulldog is still an absolute hero. We need to take absolutely nothing away from him.
Yeah, Bulldog is having a very good game this time around. This is changing my opinion of
better coordinated, which kind of blows my mind.
His Yone for sure.
That I can say about this team that has been struggling for so long. They couldn't settle on a team composition of players that could meld together properly. And finally, it feels like something is sunk in, something is settled into place.
Oh, the vision toggle. You love to see it.
That's very dark.
Like, is that Leaper's fault that last fight? I mean, he positioned about as well as he could. The call was clearly to keep fighting, and he wasn't Black Shielded, which was Cuz's job.
Trade one for the other. Instead, they have the choice. Do we just walk up, or are we going to let DK get the Exodia combo? And it looks like they're going to go for a fight. Look at Bulldog.
So hard to engage onto this with Kellen having ult up.
He needs to get to the enemy backline.
He's on a ward. True Shot Barrage finds absolutely nothing, though. Wall's going to come down. Showmaker splits the battlefield as Dudu tries to get rid of the Callista, and he's successful in doing so. Lucid gets
It's huge to get rid of the Callista, though.
Is burning down, and Kingen is a crocodile possessed as they dive in. The Yone gets taken down, and once again, it is just a wipe from deep. Kingen.
I mean, they're so far behind. It's just really hard to fight this.
Tries to get rid of the Callista, and he's successful in doing.
Like, they're trying to walk in on this, but it's so hard to walk in on this composition because you're walking into a super fed Renekton. You're walking into Talia. You're walking in to the Renata Glask, right?
He's on a ward. True Shot Barrage finds absolutely nothing, though. Wall's going to come down. Showmaker splits the battlefield as Dudu tries.
Kellen also just stops your backline. Like Cuz and Leaper are just autoing each other. Leaper doesn't feel like using cleanse. Oh, he doesn't have it. Look at this. I don't think Leaper had cleanse. It's literally like I don't think it's up. Or it, yeah, I don't think it's up yet. Wow, that's insane timing.
From D+ Kia, they need none of these objectives. They will ace them where they stand. And D+ will be second place at the end of week 3.
A riveting series, Atlas. Game number 1, a roller coaster. Game number
Favorite
2,
Bonjour Savior.
and game number 3, different from either, really. It felt like
If you could recommend me watch one movie / show and one accompanying elephant culture video as my first elephant culture video, what would it be? What LA Confidential. There you go.
Game number 1, they will be able to pick up the victory here. And all I can think about was, as we were heading towards MSI, I was so proud that we were a 3-team region.
All right, time for some LEC trash. Thank you, Cheap Tank. Have a good night.
Insane. Again, you know, we already talked about it. Like this.
Do we think LCK is a 5-team region? I want to see the meta shift and then evaluate, because like I think Guangdong probably is fraudulent.
That we're now starting to guess.
Not with the Maokai joint split yesterday.
A little bit of extra.
This is like, yeah, we're gonna ban it.
He'll just go back to Nautilus again, no problem.
Now, Corky is something that Humanoid does actually have a very long history on. It's something that he deferred to last year, earlier in the year. It's something that I'm surprised we haven't seen him more on this split, but it is now going to be prioritized for Fnatic. Will we see this? Ronnie paired alongside it, or are we going to instead see Razork's Ivern?
All right, here we go. First LEC game of the day.
BDS go. We've been seeing more carry junglers from Sheo throughout the split.
Humanoid has not been very good recently. And so what are we going to take out? We're going to take out his LeBlanc, because that has been one of his huge pick, as well as his way. My wife is putting things in drawers. We're going to take away the Vi for Razork to make any kind of early plays. Razork, of course, has been an Ivern player, so Corky Ivern going to be quite natural. Trist hasn't been taken yet. A little bit interesting to see that be the priority or not be the priority.
Frontline with something like the Sejuani, which in Europe is a mainstay.
Like, I would take Zyra Trist here if I was BDS.
It's kind of been what they've tended towards this bit.
Of course, Nuke has to play. Nuke must play the Talia, so we take Viego here, maybe.
Tristana, like we've seen quite a bit in towards the court.
Ivern is the CEO of LEC. Don't I know it? It's so funny.
And then it's a question of what Fnatic want to do for Oscar in
towards all split.
Of course, yes. The Jinx is very high prio. Yes, 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 yes. Nobody play Tristana.
Now he's most played with
And we take high priority Jinx. Yeah, okay. I mean, look, I will say this. This is how BDS has been playing. Like, BDS always has one style per split. Last split, Ice was on Ashe, Jhin, or Varus every game. This split, he's on, like, Jinx, Zeri. So they're back to like crown shot style where they're just playing around hyper carries. So I guess they feel like they have to take the Jinx here because otherwise Jinx Zeri are going to be banned. Gonna take Zeri on the other side for Noah. So we're just swapping. They're taking Tristana just in case it's secretly a Talia jungle.
nicely.
Adam's pulled into it already. He knows how annoying it can be. We've talked about it many times on this broadcast that the LPL
Taking away the...
continues bringing...
So yeah, the Mordekaiser was really pioneered by 369 into Skarner, but now we've seen like Keen do it. We've seen it over from Impact. We've seen a bunch of different LPL players take it, but 369 really kind of the originator of the Mordekaiser counterpick. It's very good, I think.
Top lane now and get support counterpick.
Champion. I think it gives
Oh boy, Jinx Alistair. There's a fun level 1 lane to play. And there's the Viego, as we thought, for Sheo, of course. So we're just going big ol' Reset City. It's Jinx, Viego, Reset City. You have Alistair engage into Talia follow-up, right? Watching this Fnatic team is like eating the same meal 7 times a week for 5 years. I hear you, man. I'm tired of this Fnatic roster as well. Okay, well, we got to take Leona and Zeri. Worth noting, though, there's not a lot of good lockdown for the Zeri, right? We don't have a Vi. We don't have a Nautilus. Both those were actually mysteriously banned by BDS. Who could they easily reset? Ivern, maybe.
Like their second fiddle and get beaten out by G2 as we saw recently. And BDS are the team that
June is fun to watch. This is true. Noah has become a bum though.
Really interesting narrative that we heard from Adam in the PGL last night, where he was basically talking about that I feel like we're being heavily underestimated. And you can look at the all-time; it's actually very close between BDS and Fnatic. They've gone back and forth pretty consistently throughout their history, but still, it's not much of a rivalry, right? It's hard to form rivalries here in the LEC, especially in the fact that Fnatic and G2 are always sitting trying to...
I hate that Noah was good for 2 weeks and completely disappeared. Yeah, remember the KDA hype where he was like playing aggressively but had like 100 KDA? That was fun.
BDS has been sitting pretty consistently at the top of the table for the entire
I hate this Fnatic tops. How could you hate Razork? Oscarinen is inconsistent, but Razork is good. Razork is really good.
It's very clear that they've become a mainstay, and I think that what they're trying to prove is that they deserve the recognition as a top team.
But that's why I love the story of BDS as well. It's like, hey, look, we are going to invest in this team. We're going to take, we're going to stick to the same crew, time in, time out, slowly improve, get to a point where we're entering into the top of the table, and we're seeing, difference in Adam's champion pool. We're starting to see Sheo flex his muscles.
Razork is good, but Elo held. I'm not sure if I think that's true because they are in fact 6-2.
Looks from BDS, but is it good enough? Takedown Fnatic. Thanks, Betty.
I pressed the wrong button. I needed to call.
Humanoid has not been good recently, though.
I'm so sorry.
You didn't want me on the card.
I'm sorry.
The thing about Humanoid is even when he has a good game, he like throws his lead. Remember those LeBlanc games at MSI where he would get massively ahead and then just int?
Thanks to our tiebreaker later on. And this is only the beginning, but
give up a huge bounty and then lose the game.
We can continue on, but I want to quickly start this game off by talking about jungle pathing, where it seems like Razork is moving up towards the top side, getting all his marks on his camps, retracking. As you can see, that's now ready for blue, for wolves. On the other side, Sheo started down the bottom side and will eventually be clearing towards the top lane.
And Vision already invested very early from Fnatic. They wanted to try and figure out where Sheo was starting. He's going to be spotted on a ward once more. The pings have actually come down for an early mid gank. This could be a huge investment versus potential loss. Let's see how Razork responds.
Maybe to get a flash at the very least. Sheo's going to come on in. Humanoid just Valkyries out, and as he's spotted out, now in the meantime, Razork just clears up.
Jun, going to go in. There's the headbutt we were talking about.
Careful, Betty might mute you again as BDS just pull back from the trade.
I do like the transitional gank from Sheo towards mid, because oftentimes you want to try and get the push early in this Talia so that you can reset, pick up an early tier and try and get your lane into position from that way. And in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really stop Sheo. He's still moving up towards his top side. And realistically, Sheo going to be a little bit quiet, I think, for the first clear. He just wants to full clear, get back, come back out onto the map, and look at that Void Grubs. This has kind of been where BDS have really been contesting over the course of this split.
I was just having a moment there watching the... Did you see the fancy sidestep back from Humanoid out of the seismic shove? Oh, Marek Brazda, that man.
I mean, he needs to make up for his performance yesterday, where things didn't quite go the way that he wanted to. Fnatic looking to try and cement themselves at the top of the table.
80 carry mid. Does it count on the Corky under turret? Maybe it does.
Humanoid?
Oh no! Why did you talk? Okay, I'm turning it.
Why did he not flash that?
Themselves at the top of the table.
What?
AD carry mid. Does it count on the Corki under turret? Maybe it does. Under turret. Oh no!
Where
He
things
does.
didn't quite go the way that
What?
he wanted
Why
to.
didn't he flash the Talia W?
Try and cement themselves at the top of the
Guys, he can flash like right here. And he's out of turret range and he can continue autoing. What the what?
table.
AD carry mid. Does it count on the Corki under turret? Maybe it does. Under turret. Oh no! Yes. Why did you talk? I can. I'm turning his off. Does under turret. Oh no! Yes. Why did you talk? I can. I'm turning his off.
I mean, he got solo killed again. 2 days now.
Oh dear.
BDS
And it doesn't stop there, does it? Razork caught out. He's turning his off.
I mean, he got solo killed again. 2 days.
Meanwhile,
Oh dear.
Labrov is here with Adam.
Razork caught out. He flashes. Labrov matches the trample. The auto attack. The kill secured. Oscarina now up against.
All right, Humanoid has TP, so he's able to come back.
With some aggression.
Adam has should have E
Early,
again,
but
yeah.
Adam's over the wall. He can't be slowed, as you see on your screen. And Fnatic have just made double whoopsie.
That was a complete disaster.
There's no E though for Adam. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter because he just gets it punted to him. Q slows. All right, well, whatever.
Not going to pop it. He holds his ground, but meanwhile on the bottom side, Ice is going to get Zenith Blade in, cleanses out, flashes out, double summoner.
So I think what happened here, guys, is like he maybe thought Labrov was going to be here faster, but like it's, and he also knows that if they're going to make a play, like
Looking to try and cement themselves. At the
I
top
mean,
of the
if
table.
he knows Alistair's roaming mid, maybe he just doesn't think, he maybe thinks he's going to die because Alistair is coming regardless. I'll be generous to him, and he can just TP back in and kind of make a counterplay here.
Solo killed again. 2 days now.
Oh dear.
BDS.
And it doesn't stop there.
But it's pretty problematic that Razork also dies.
Matches the trample.
Table.
AD carry mid. Does it count on the Corki under turret? Maybe it does. Under turret. Oh no! Yes. Why did you talk? I can. I'm turning his off.
But if he knows Labrov is coming, then just don't Valk forward. True, he should not have Valk forward. That is true. I don't know what was going on. It's pretty horrible.
Oh dear.
I'm trying to make excuses for him, guys, but I don't really have any.
Matches the trample, the auto attack, the kill secured. Oscarina now up against the wall, thinking about what he can do to bring Fnatic back with some aggression in their early game. But Adam's over the wall. He can't be slowed, as you see on your screen. And Fnatic have just made double whoopsie.
That was a complete disaster for Fnatic. It may not stop.
With some aggression.
Might go the way that he wanted to.
Real.
Fnatic looking to try and cement themselves at the top. Fnatic looking to try and cement themselves at the top of the table. What you say? Try and cement
that you only meant well, cause you did what you say. That it's all for the best, because it is what you say. That's just what we need. You decided this, what you say. What did she say?
2 days now.
Oh dear.
BDS.
And it doesn't stop there, does it? Razork caught out. He flashes
Tragedy.
the matches the be slowed as you into mind. I mean, Ghost is there. Oscar's not going to pop it. He holds his ground. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, Ice is going to get Zenith Blade in, cleanses out, flashes out. Double summoner is something positive to talk about for Fnatic's early game.
YouTube VOD successfully demonetized. Hell yeah.
Nice angle to burn both summoners, but we look back at this play in mid.
Imogen Heap now gets all the money.
Gets knocked underneath the tower, doesn't have the movement speed because of the slow to get away from the tower, loses his life. Now Razork feeling confident, doesn't expect Adam to collapse, we gotta get back into live.
Well, we get Zenith Blade again. Ice is in trouble, and with no summoners, that's just such an easy kill. Great punish. And this time Fnatic hitting where it hurts, and look at the wave that's denied.
A much needed win for Fnatic, and managing to get that play on the bottom side. We've kind of seen Fnatic tend to play more towards the top side. But
Jonas is such a good player. I agree.
Top side's gone disastrously, so try and invest in Noah and Joe.
Too bad he can't balance out Noah being unable to carry. The thing about Noah is it doesn't matter how many resources he gets, he can't carry a fucking game.
Interesting game where BDS have control over the top
It's
side.
like when his job is to carry, he just can't do it.
In the mid lane. But Fnatic have a pretty significant advantage towards the bot side of the map, thanks to a really nice punish onto Ice, because Labrov is working with his team, moving around the map, trying to coordinate with Sheo to make plays happen, and they found those advantages, but Fnatic quick-witted, make smart decisions, and they're able to punish back and find advantages of their own.
We're sitting open with our storybook, and I want to quickly look at mid just while we do, because I know this is going to get a little bit bloody, a little bit faster as well. Something I wish was more of a best of 3. You can see, I mean, these guys become historical mid laners. You know, we were talking about BDS before. Nuke was alongside this roster at the very beginning when he had int in his name. He took that out. He got better naturally. Humanoid, on the other hand, I mean, this guy is starting to make his name for himself as long as VIT doesn't talk.
You're looking at individual players kind of going to BDS for free here.
I mean, one of the interesting things I think about the Nuke humanoid conversation is I think BDS have always struggled to have that star individual, the superstar. Originally, back on Schalke, Nuke was the player that the organization chose to invest around.
Well, they kicked their star player. His name was Crownshot.
I think in this year, especially, he's really grown into one of the top mids in Europe. But Humanoid has always had that X factor about him, right? He definitely has those bad games, but we've seen how incredible he can be both in individual games, on the international stage. He's been able to shine, and I think that's something that we're still looking for from Nuke, those moments to really turn a game single-handedly, and I think that he's been doing that this year more and more.
No, he's going to get bopped at Worlds. Holy moly.
BDS has struggled, and it's been Humanoid who stepped up.
I mean, the reverse sweep against this
exactly
is exactly what happened, right? So
Nuke is going to get bopped at Worlds, guys. He's going to get big bopped.
Moving into our best of 3 playoffs. But along the line, a lot of pride for both these teams as we round out the summer split. We kind of take stock of the situation. Gold relatively even. We see small advantage game for Noah on the bot side of the map. Meanwhile,
Yeah, I wonder if Noah will carry this game, guys.
For BDS,
I wonder if he'll carry this game.
Significant, a few core component items, nothing too crazy.
He's just following ice around. I mean, if I'm happy to have 1 gold on 1 player in this team, I will say, I'm happy to have it in Noah. I think coming back from MSI, he received a hell of a lot of criticism.
Yeah, because he was shit at MSI.
Has been my star, who's been rising up through this year as well with this new duo bot lane. And Fnatic, the gold there handedly. You can see no first item, but he's got what they call the double dagger build from a certain part of the world, and with the longsword as well. 600 gold lead you mentioned is what Fnatic are trying to push for with more plating in the top side.
Yeah, BDS though.
They're going further, aren't they? The shock out. Ice just runs away. Labrov sacrifices gold, and with the longsword as well. 600 gold lead.
So he literally stops the recall, but uses his W to do so, and then what? Forgets that there's this area that can go over the wall and that he doesn't have level 6, so if he gets caught, he's dead. All right.
That's a couple of times now we've seen whoopsies from Labrov in the early stage. Yes, though.
Can we get the meme slow-mo again? Yes. Here's the thing. You know, once we've already used it, we can use it a million more times.
What you say? That you only meant well, well, cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best, cause it is. What you say? That it's just what we need. You decided this. What you say? What did she say?
Couple of times now we've seen whoopsies from Labrov in the early stages, and it has cost BDS. Tries to stop the reset, but Fnatic are in the area now. Going to take over top side.
Flash, this is disrespectful. Razork thinking he could take this, didn't know where Sheo was.
Stages, and it has cost BDS. Tries to stop the reset, but Fnatic are in the area now. Going to take over top side.
Flash, this is disrespectful.
And of course, there it goes back to top side, so we end up in a 2v3 in the enemy jungle, because even though we kill Alistar, we don't know where they are. And we disrespect Talia Wall, so I guess everybody's just going to be playing like a derp. We just derp one way and then derp the other, pooping back and forth forever.
Remain relatively even, but let's see what this Diego can do with the lead that he's now built up in the early game.
Yeah, trying to move in towards the mid lane at the moment, but I think it's just a shadow. I say that.
Oh, he stuns himself.
Hang on, are we going to flash? Oh, get it out of Humanoid though. Well played from Sheo. That's a summoner as Corky and Humanoid. That's the second time we've seen a mistake out of this mid laner.
Flash gone with a minute and a half until Void Grubs as well. BDS with already having those first 3.
That's a summoner
at the moment, but I think it's just a shadow. I say that.
Oh, he stuns himself.
Hang on, are we going to flash? Oh, get it.
I say that.
Oh, he stuns himself.
Hang on, are we going to
What?
Oh, get it out of Humanoid though. Well played.
Yeah, trying to move in towards the mid lane at the moment.
He goes up because he's like, ooh, yeah. He missed his W, but no respect for the fact that Sheo could be there while Razork's in base. Remember, Razork just died.
I think it's just a shadow.
Oh, he stuns himself.
Hang on.
And then he gets the slow from the worked ground rock as well.
Trying to move in towards the mid lane at the moment, but I think it's just a shadow.
Because Nuke walks back up. He's on the very edge. So he does get the worked ground single rock with the slow. And then he forces the flash because the easy follow-up with the stun from Viego.
That's the second time we've seen a mistake out of this mid laner.
Flash gone with a minute and a half until Void Grubs as well. BDS, with already having those first three, are actually just going to look for a play now. Never mind a few minutes.
Kill. Well, at least you get demolished in the meantime as well. Gold shared over to Nuku. Is doing pretty well in this lane.
What patch is Esports World Cup? I don't know. I assume it's 14-12.
We have these very clear strengths and weaknesses for both sides right now.
I don't think they're going to introduce a new patch on that one.
Comps holistically. Of course, double lady carry has been the meta, largely dominated here in Europe. You always have the scaling element. Corki has a very powerful mid-game spike too. And when you add an Ivern on top of that, it's a lot of damage. But there's also a lot of AD threat on the side of Fnatic, which means that BDS have easy itemization. And with their greater
Do Asian teams actually care about Esports World Cup? Does anybody care about Esports World Cup?
Come to fruition here in the early game.
And I think that's been the speciality of BDS. The split has kind of been those more skirmish-oriented plays.
It's single limb, yeah.
Nuke or Shea on something like it to
They only have 4 days to run the tournament, so it has to be single limb. It's single limb, and all games are best of 3 except for the finals, which are best of 5.
When you're already setting up for
It'll be all right, but obviously it's pretty weak format. But it's better than not having an international event.
Have had a heavy investment towards these grubs, and they've already swapped to the top side, completely abandoning the dragon, and said, well, we want to keep our bot lane on the top side ready to contest them. They're spawning in about 10 seconds. Adam gets the push in bot. Nuke has a reset. Good timing from him as he has the TP to come back into the lane. And BDS's whole game plan perfectly on time, ready for the grubs contest. And I don't think Fnatic is in a position to really answer.
Not at all. I mean, Archangel's also just picked up for Nuku as he teleports back to mid. Remember, has that weave as well. So in terms of team fighting ult, he's much better. And Adam even being mid here sets up for the potential 1, maybe 2 plays with the next wave crashing in.
And now Shale just going to be able to get these Scylla Smite for this last grub. There it goes. So Fnatic, too late to the play. Going to try and push BDS down into this mid lane to see if at least they can shove the lane with Noah and maybe get some turret plates for themselves. But BDS could look to respond in the mid wave, so have to be a little bit careful here.
Now they just back off. I mean, Fnatic have to do the same. All Noah can do is get a push in top, but man, early game, this seems really good for BDS, as we were saying.
What are the prizes? It's $1 million prize pool. It's 400k to first, 200 to second, 100 each to third and fourth, and 50 for 50k to 5 through 8. So it's a lot of money.
Push now for Ice on that bottom side to try and cover this play too. So I know it kind of needs to move in there, and I think that's kind of been the big swap that has come in favor of Ice here. Is just the fact that he keeps rotating around the map, and Fnatic trying to match means they haven't quite been able to punish as heavily. Still a 20 CS lead, but a lot of that from the early stages.
Falls on Jun though, good side step in the meanwhile as Trample gets his stun down. Xenoblade re-engage isn't there as Nuke gets a seismic shove and he walks away from it, but BDS still thinking about the potential of what else they can find as Razork's nearby.
I mean, I love the early macro that we're seeing from BDS. We've seen this from them over the last few weeks too. They seem to have such a great understanding of how to play around these neutrals within the first 15 minutes of the game. And notice how, because Fnatic...
BDS's macro fundamentals are very solid. The coaching staff's done a really good job with this team.
He then runs the risk of getting dived.
It's their primary strength, because it certainly is an individual play, right?
Nuke constantly getting pressure. He can collapse. Adam's now here as well. Oscar Renin is literally being left on an island.
Adam's mid more than he is top.
And again,
Last place makes as much as the MSI winner. They do, but MSI also does cuts of the skin lines that are sold during MSI. So the teams end up making quite a bit of money from MSI. Riot also has tried to deprioritize player prize pools forever and then encourage that money to go towards player salaries instead, which honestly has been very good for League of Legends. That way it's not like, oh, you get no money from your org, and like if you do well at TI and Dota, then you get a bunch of money. You know? So I think it's been better for the ecosystem overall to have higher player wages, lower prize pools.
Alongside Nuke with Humanoid now.
And in general, like having very high prize pools but no money for the teams basically lets the inmates run the asylum like they do in Dota. So I'd rather have strong orgs that can actually control players, like orgs run by adults, because I don't want teams of 18-year-olds just like holding their teams hostage. You know what I mean? So I prefer it if the money goes through the org rather than directly the players like TI. I mean, Dota Circuit is terrible.
I think Adam's finding ways to have great impact on the map, utilizing Skarner's toolkit to the best of his abilities. Now, we're singing the praises of BDS because of how well they're controlling the early game, but that does not mean that Fnatic is in any serious deficit. They're short on the grubs, they're short on dragons, but overall, Noah's still in a great position. The gold largely remains...
When do the Esports World Cup matches begin? On Thursday.
First item. It's not the end of the world because he is competing against the tier mid laner as well. So
How old was Noah Winston when his arc arrived to save LCS? Like 21 or something.
A large portion of this game is going to come down to Nuke versus Noah. How well can BDS use Nuke in a side lane to create pressure against Humanoid who's slipping behind versus Fnatic finding moments where they can force plays around Noah, whether that's a team fight or a skirmish around an objective. And with Rift Tower coming up, this could be their moment to try and find it. They already have Oscar in on that top side. Humanoid has no teleport though, which is going to make it tough for Fnatic to find the 5 versus 5 that they would like to on that top edge.
You also note as well, I mean, Nuke still got that wall up and available. He does have the TP if he ever has to reposition, but for now, Sheo starts it off. And with that,
I mean, the thing about Esports World Cup is Top versus Gen G might actually be the best matchup of the whole tournament, and that's happening in quarterfinals. Like, that's not outrageous to think that those are the two best teams at this tournament.
Objective control just has been flawless here in the early game. And it comes back to what you were saying, Dag, to just the way in which they move this bot lane around the map. They're just very acutely aware of, hey, this objective is spawning in this amount of time. Please choose your base timing now, and then they're all in a great position.
And I think the coolest thing that we've seen actually, hold on.
If all LoL Esports is ran by Saudis and they ask you to do an event, would you accept since all esports is now by them and organized by them? Nah, I don't care that much about LoL. Let's say 3 years from now. No. I mean, League is definitely on the downturn, guys. You know, in terms of player base and everything like that, like basically all regions outside of China are seeing decreased player base, like no young people playing the game. So it's kind of on a slow decline. It's not going anywhere for a long time, but you know, it's just, I have no desire to do League of Legends events anymore. Like, what's the upside to me? You know what I mean? I don't want to work with the Saudis either. I don't want to work with Riot.
So you end up getting now a quicker turnaround on that top side thanks to Rift Herald. You haven't really got the investment for...
I'm running my own company. I'd rather just focus on that.
And now BDS are back enters the map ahead of Fnatic thanks to the way they're setting up side lanes to help them take objectives.
And crucially, Sheo is in a great spot.
Yep.
Is there a new game emerging as an esport or not? Really? The new Valve game, Deadlock, might do something. There's a bunch of new RTS games coming out, Supervive. So, who knows?
And being able to get that early gold means that you're just ahead of the curve and you're very lethal in this mid game. As we say that, Fnatic looking to contest this top tower. BDS in a position to try and defend. Ice is stuck mid lane though. Adam has the TP, but the wave flare between Nuke and Sheo is in fact enough.
Can't Adam just keep pushing bot for free?
Yes, he can.
Yes. And yeah, keep getting that. Absolutely no trade-off because BDS able to clear the wave. There's a flash.
Nice flash.
Finding something here. Humanoid flashes in the last sec. Thanks for Merc Treads. Otherwise, he was dead.
Yeah, Merc Tread value through the roof there, and Fnatic now with the wave coming through want to try and set up. No ward was placed for Adam's teleport, though. I think they would have liked to have a ward in behind Fnatic. There is one right the way out of Krugs, but that just died. So BDS would just try and push Fnatic away.
Look at the map state though. Bot lane has just been pushed in. The top wave has been defended. Dragon spawns in 8 seconds. I thought they were actually going to...
Yeah, Battle Ace is a pretty cool game, I think. I played it a little bit of the beta now.
They got him. Brov in, and that was perfect. Noah gets out, he uses barrier, he uses flash, but wow, BDS, it looked too far. The rocket is trying to go offside, but unfortunately the ref picks that one up as turret falls down as well.
Those are the type of superstar plays we've been seeing more from Nuke this split. The positioning, the time.
The rocket is... Okay, they got him, bro.
Top wave has been defended. Dragon spawns in 8 seconds.
No, it's so useless, man.
But now they're all collapsing mid.
Great play by Nuke to go under the tower here. It's a nice play. It's a nice engaged play.
That was perfect. Noah gets out, he uses barrier, he uses flash, but wow, BDS, it looked too far. The rocket is...
Yeah, but that play, that's a great play by Nuke. It allows them to get mid turret and Drake.
Those are the type of superstar plays we've been seeing more from Nuke this split. The positioning, the timing, catches Noah off guard, and this is going to unlock a likely uncontested Drake unless Noah can get back in time, but I don't think he can.
Brov, Seismic Shard blocked this time around. Humanoid going to get solo turret in the top side while second dragon gets picked up. And remember, no Ocean, no Chemtech. This is a lucky dragon.
Sad most of them are trying to be hybrids these days. I mean, there's 3 good RTS games coming out, looks like. Stormgate, Battle Aces and Immortal Gates of Pyre.
BDS have just
So,
made this game look very
you know,
easy.
I think there is
It's never
hope there.
A low kill game, but notice how like something is always.
What's the most popular esport people under 25? In high schools, most people are playing Valorant. Like Smash is very popular. Mario Kart. Like games that are Fortnite, obviously. Minecraft Bed Wars. Rocket League is huge, actually. Rocket League is huge.
And this is why I think we've just seen BDS level up this split in particular.
Those are like the big
We're not
ones.
playing for these team fights with dragons. We're not playing this similar style. We're going high
In the US, at least.
Use that to create tempo advantages. Use that to get our waves in order, and just make the game difficult for your opponent to keep pace with you. And BDS are doing a great job now of going, hey, cool. Well, even in these situations where you're now going to push in on top, well, we're starting to get pressure on bot side. And BDS are already starting to collapse to try and push Fnatic back off of playing off these wave states.
And Fnatic's priority right now is looking to complete these items as quickly as possible. They're trying to farm as much as they can. They know that team fighting is the way that they kind of get back into this game, even though the goal difference doesn't look that dramatic. And truthfully, it's not. The carries are kind of on pace with both Nuke and Ice. And again, we're singing the praises of BDS, but it is not.
That's a very low kill game so far, guys. BDS still with a slight advantage. They kind of have that advantage across the board right now, and the Viego resets are going to start to get very scary if they can actually catch somebody out.
Saw how quickly Adam was able to take that bot one, and so all these little things are slowly starting to mount up.
Working up to Cloud Soul as well. Cloud Soul is very strong for them. Cloud Soul is very, very strong for BDS. Alistair, Jinx, Viego, Skarner are all very good with Cloud Soul.
Maybe LeBron in this case, but keep your eyes on Jun. He's the one tempo. That's where
Love me some melee. No, not it's it's Smash Ultimate, not Smash Melee.
We talked about the draft. Jun wanting to lock in the Leona is kind of that primary engage tool. It's not easy to start a fight with Ivan and it's engage. Here we go.
Okay, they threw everything though onto Sheo, and he just got to ult out and took no damage. So
They get the cleanse out from Ice though.
they do get the cleanse from Ice. That's good. Street Fighter 6, not that popular at the high school level as far as I'm aware. You know, the Rivals 2 might be a very big game, guys. There's a bunch of like kind of smaller competitive game developers, but Rivals 2 might actually be good. It might be big with young people because they play a lot of Smash.
In a choke point like that, it was very difficult for Fnatic to actually find a fight.
Is Smash Ultimate actually still popular? Yes, it's very popular with high schoolers. Very popular. I've been doing some consulting with Play Versus for high schools, and when I was in Colorado, Smash is probably the biggest esport in the entire state.
The Talia stones remind me of, you know, like all the cobblestone road. Yeah. See, in Australia, you don't have that. You don't have because.
I don't know what the monetization model of Rivals 2 is.
Well, Dagna's never going there.
It looks good though, honestly. I think it looks cool.
Like, you know, I don't know if there's anyone from the Czech Republic in the audience or the chat. I don't know. Should they be? I mean, right now, Baron spawn.
BDS just with the kind of methodical control of the map. I mean, they could just basically just keep playing for Drake, keep playing for Soul, force Fnatic to engage into them. They have very good disengage. Okay, so we're prepping bot lane right now. It'll be pushed out by the time this Drake starts. Side lane control very good overall from BDS. Yeah, that's what Dagda's saying too. So we're just going to go into this.
Walk over to join his team. It's Fnatic that's first on the objective. It will be BDS to have to fight their way through and reclaim that space. But first, the mid wave is the priority.
Yeah, that's where Fnatic.
Okay, they get Labrov, but he just pops ultimate. So they are able to go back in, force Jun's flash. Jun still has ult up. Labrov no ult. They may have to pull back off of this now. BDS used Alistair ult, but they didn't actually get control of Brush and River. Fnatic might be over pushing this. Oh no. Ice doing huge amounts of damage though. Yikes. Still get a double kill on a Noah, so that's pretty good. Woo. Jun did a nice job on that. Isn't COD played by younger people? Yeah, but it's a mature game. It's rated mature, so a lot of high schools don't let, most high schools don't let you play it. Nice job stopping him from Eing out. Labrov, I mean, they tried to get the flash pulve in there to get the amount of damage, but Ice just isn't strong enough yet, and they never actually get a reset.
means that this Fnatic, it felt like BDS just didn't have the damage.
No, I mean, Ice couldn't really get in a position to do that damage because they'd already got on towards Adam, and that would have been a horrible choke point. And again, that redemption from Razork doing so much work, just couldn't get anywhere in.
I have something to say, and you know, the stun duration also hurts because nice high five Dagda. You didn't see that, guys, but he's picked up Tabi instead of Merc Treads, and they're getting stuck there between the Cassante, between the Leona. You can definitely see the difference, but you can also understand the Tabi's purchase. Nevertheless, with Adam dropping down with the fight going over to Fnatic, Soul Point was denied. The game goes longer, and we're just talking about how Fnatic, like, oh, front to back, they've got the Ivan buff, the, you know, the steroid in their comp supportive jungler. We've also got a 3-item Zeri now from Noah, who went LDR third. So we are starting to hit some of those spike points where Noah's earlier gold lead now becomes even more relevant for Fnatic that continue to stall out.
It also just gives them control on the map, which has kind of been the thing they've struggled with against BDS so far. And maybe get the TP out of Adam. Fnatic playing this beautifully.
Soulflare's there. Sherry gets slowed down only. No Zenithblade to reach out, but you can see the vision clear is part of the package deal here for Fnatic as Nuke just does the same of his own.
That right now, back to farming, working towards more items.
Really slow game. Damn.
A nice thing to say, Betty. Good, yeah.
In any case,
yep.
We find ourselves in a situation where, again, the gold lead doesn't really mean that much. Of course, Sheo is very strong, but he needs to find his way onto the backline, which is kind of the challenge. Zeri and Corki, very mobile, but not only that, they've got an Ivan too, right? And this is where the double lady carry compositions with Ivan, a large part of why they've become so popular here in Europe. You initially look at that damage profile and you think, oh, well, they're kind of lacking in magic damage. That's kind of a problem, but doesn't really look like a problem right now.
Not at all, hey, gents. It's been a bit of a slow one. Obviously, it's been macro green. It's a silly question of me to answer, isn't it? It's like asking, what is tar? Well, tar is tar. Everyone knows that. And if you don't, you need to be on the internet more. And as BDS set themselves up with more vision around the Baron, it's just the push and pull, the ebb and flow. It's like going through an Elden Ring boss about 10, 20 times and not knowing how to parry, but then you learn how to parry and you get really good at it.
Jake.
Come back from the rabbit hole.
Yeah,
back from the rabbit hole.
Now, what do you guys want to talk about?
Well, right now I want to talk about the Dragons.
This game is so boring, actually.
Right now, again, the contest around the Baron is primarily focused about the fact that it's this dance of vision. You know, you were talking about the,
Okay, it starts off a little bit earlier, doesn't it?
I'm not really down with this like focus. Oh, what was that?
primarily focused about the fact that it's this dance.
I'm not down with this focus Skarner decisions that are going on right now. The other thing is Oscar. What is Oscarin's ult supposed to do there? He literally just gets E'd into the turret and died when he has no resist. What? Now we just get resets forever? What the fuck was that? From Oscar. What? He's like, I don't need any of my armor or MR while I'm under this turret. Noah also flashes forward. Look at this play from Noah. Noah also flashes forward to try and kill Labrov, gets the kill, but then he's just stuck there underneath the turret taking turret shots. It's like you can't give them resets. Oh, it's so ugly. Oscar was getting bored as fuck. I mean, I was getting bored as fuck, but what was that? I mean, not only the Oscar Cassante ult, but Jun with the flash, man. Like, I don't know. Like, Noah, what? Like, first off, we use everything to try and kill Skarner, right? And then Skarner flashes out, and then okay, maybe the flash messed him up. I'm gonna try and be optimistic here. Oscar didn't look like he was trying to walk around the side to ult him this way, so maybe he had buffered his ult and then he flashed. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe Oscar had already buffered his ult and then the Skarner flashed. That's my guess. So he ends up going in, but then Noah flashes forward to kill an Alistair, right? And then he W's forward. He himself W's on the wall, which does force Ice to flash, but Ice is outside of Q range, and now Noah is taking turret shots. He takes 2 turret shots, gets super low, And then now we're just going to go ahead and flash forward and get all the kills. Yikes, dude. That was a horrible engage by Fnatic. Of course, Noah's fed and then throws the game because he actually just can't carry no matter how many resources you give him. Yikes.
BDS with a huge team fight win now puts Fnatic.
That's a yikes from me.
Exactly what we talked about in draft. Once you get one kill, BDS come alive.
You just can't dive like that. You know what I mean? Like that. You literally gave BDS the win con that they needed to snowball that fight.
How good has Duke been this game? I mean, I'm just watching that playback and I'm excited as though it's Stucco 3.
Added to the repertoire, and now Fnatic kind of see if they can
Check his piece slowly but surely for Fnatic.
Why are we fighting for this Drake? It's the whole point. Why are we fighting for this Drake? Why are we going on and onto Skarner again? Oh, the double flip back. Oh my god, huge damage. Nicely played by BDS.
Check his PC, get him off Talia because Fnatic can't handle it. Off on the side, Noah still hitting the Dragon though and onto Razork. I mean, BDS need to get on back. They may have gotten the kills, but the Dragon is also important and running forward. They now know it's taken by Fnatic, but in the pit with no way out and eyes getting excited.
I just don't even understand why we're taking this fight. If we're Fnatic, why are we so concerned? Like, you can give up this Drake. Instead, we engage on it. Everybody just gets mad stun locked by Skarner and Talia EW.
On the side, Noah still hitting the Dragon though and onto Razork. I mean, BDS need to get on back. They may have gotten the kills, but the Dragon is also important and running forward. They now know it's taken by Fnatic, but in the pit with no way out and eyes getting excited. Fnatic up against the...
Now the game's just over. You literally just lost the game for no reason. Like, you didn't have to lose the game here. You didn't have to lose the game here. All right, one last game today, guys. We're going to watch Vitality SK.
Going to see if they can try and take that #1 spot here. They've had a...
Oh, yeah. I'll show you guys Rivals, too, if you haven't seen it. It looks pretty cool. So they did like a Kickstarter for it, but it's a platform fighter. That looks really good. I like the art style a lot. And platform fighters are, in fact, popular with the kids. It's going to be really popular with the furry crowd, too, I guess.
Hello, I'm Dan Fernacey, the game director at Ether Studios. We're a fully remote team that creates Our goal is to create the best tournament-level platform fighter, one that both satisfies the masters of the
I think it looks cool.
and attracts new players.
I think the art style's great for this. It's really readable. You know what I mean?
And we were overwhelmed.
It's supposed to be a very good game for the people I know who have played it.
Since 2020, we have invested over $2 million into Rivals 2. Our studio is fully committed to launching this game in 2024. We are at the last mile of development, and we're looking for your support to help us cross the finish line.
Dan started out as a Brawl Sonic player, which doesn't really give you the...
Why do they have Dracos? Why do they have Dracos with Brockus's hair? If you know, you know.
Like in the early days, Dan was there at every single party.
Why do they have Dracos with Brockus's hair?
Setups, it was him and George every single time.
I feel like Ether Studios has done a really good job in hiring good people. Everyone is so passionate for the product they're creating. They are building the foundation for everything they want to create in the future. And that's how they did with Rivals 1. I know that's how they're going to do with Rivals 2.
Rivals of Aether was already really, really good in terms of platform fighters. It's one of the most fun out there.
So this was the original game, which was more like a pixel art style version of it, and they really upgraded for the second one.
Things that I think Rivals 1 is amazing at, Rivals 2 does 10 times better. Awesome combination of...
Ever watched The Bear? Yes. I haven't seen the new season, though.
What makes Melee so interesting
It's a great show.
the ease of access of Rivals and the uniqueness of Rivals.
As someone who spent years working in restaurants, though, it does give me, like, PTSD.
I have never believed in a platform fighter more than Rivals 2. Just straight up.
The jump from 2D to 3D was huge, and it has allowed us to expand the gameplay in ways that would have been difficult.
The animations look really good, I think.
The game is already incredibly fun to play locally, with a ton of new mechanics.
So they have wave dashing like melee. It's basically melee, guys.
We're confident in the gameplay experience we have built so far and can't wait for you to try it for yourself. But there's still more to do.
One of the best parts of Rivals 2 is how fun it is to play with friends. We want to support that whether you're a new player just looking to have a good time or a veteran wanting to climb the rank ladder. That's why we're completely overhauling our online infrastructure. We're moving to server-based online matches that are powered by Snap.
Did I see Supervive? Yes. I'm very familiar with Supervive. I'm talking to them right now about some stuff.
Was able to do in our testing, and we can't wait to deliver best-in-class online play in Rivals 2. To integrate this system, we need more engineering power. We take online play seriously and know that it's an important element to support our competitive community. We have a lot of cool ideas to push online competition past what the genre's seen so far, but these features require engineers, testing, and live operations. With your support, we're looking to hire 5 engineers as soon as possible. All 5 jobs are fully remote and currently up at etherstudios.com. If you know any programmers who'd be a good fit, then please send them our way.
We're building Rivals 2 to be a game that lasts for a long time. Skins and other cosmetics will be the lifeblood of the game's ongoing development. We'll be releasing new skins year-round in order to maintain server costs and grow the game.
I mean, I'm interested in the skins for, because like it sounds like it's free to play, so like the skins idea is okay, but it might become very difficult to read. But luckily it's a 1v1, so you know which character your opponent is playing, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? Even if the skins make them look kind of different, as long as it doesn't change hitboxes in weird ways.
Whatever's down there is no match for the Armada.
I like your style, but I don't trust you.
Never trust a bird.
We are extremely grateful to everyone who helped make us who we are today. If you were able to contribute, or even just share this Kickstarter.
Anyway, that's Rivals 2. I think it looks pretty cool.
Fantastic split.
All right, guys, hold on. I'm going to go to the bathroom, then we'll do the last game. Oh, I'm still muted. Sorry. Yeah, I think the Rivals art style like pops a lot. I feel bad for Mac and Carter though. Like they're very good coaches, and this Vitality team just never clicked.
I mean, this would just be a wonderful way to.
Of course, we have to ban Ivern because Ivern is the CEO of LEC.
Still on the board as well.
Yeah, Tristan is
Rumble.
keep my eye on buy as well. Gonna have snuck our way through the ban phase, which is probably why.
Corky, Tristana, Vi, Rumble, Sejuani first pick. Oh, okay, because we need to get Xin Zhao right now, guys. It was really in danger of being taken. Everybody playing that Xin Zhao. Really? Xin Zhao Kaisa is the answer? You're just... There's not even really good... Like, Zeri's banned. Xin Zhao Kaisa. Really? So we're just going backline dive when we see Sejuani?
Vitality immediately going to fire back. Renata Callista, very aggressive, very powerful 2v2 bot lane.
I think now the question on the top side, but for the moment they're
Rahel and Luan have been good, but it feels really weird to go for these picks so early on in the draft.
LeBlanc could be taken away as well, so definitely
Champion, and obviously, as you mentioned, Niski's played 2 games on it already this season.
You just take Trist, right?
That mobility would be a problem.
I guess they already picked AD, so they can't. So they just take Azir because they already picked AD jungle because they needed a fucking Xin Zhao.
But there's no tank on the side of SK Gaming. We can expect them to lock in one.
What strange priority compared to most other regions.
Get ahead early, which is what Team Vitality's comp is designed to do.
which was the Aurelian Sol into Azir. Get a lot of time.
Aurelian Sol into Azir. This is like, what, MSI patch? What is this? Does Corky Trist up? Nobody feels like taking them because we have to prio Sejuani Xin Zhao?
But on the opposite side for SK, I wouldn't be surprised to see Relevant go back towards the Renekton. Great matchup into Cassante and kind of feeds off that idea that you were putting forward for SK, which is
No Zyra.
this early game before we get the Cassante
No,
and the
please.
Aurelian Sol starting to come through.
Please no.
This pick is going to get more powerful. That is the
All right, Camille. Okay, so at least we've got something interesting for Irrelevant. Irrelevant's been very good this split. Dude, Ivern ban, fucking Maokai ban, Zeri ban. Wild pick ban phase. Absolutely wild, wonky priority. These LEC teams are going to get bopped at this fucking Esports World Cup.
Clear contender for top of the table at the start of the season based on roster, based on what we saw from them in spring, has fallen so far down. But again, it really is just...
I hate Smolder so much, guys. I hate him so much. I think he's a pile of shit.
They can move on and show a good playoffs and performance, but have to qualify first.
But they needed to have a strong performance coming in yesterday, and the bot lane fell apart. So if I've had Vitality, this is your last chance. This is where you have to play for all the marbles, and you have to set yourself up well and not fall behind in these early stages. At the moment, trying to see if they can set up vision on this top side, spot out what Isma's plan is going to be, but SK have actually set themselves up very nicely here, even potentially looking a bit of a lane swap with the way they're set up, but Irrelevant's still on this top side too.
All right, so we early picked
Obviously, only needs
Kaisa,
Comet there, so very easy to just get a tiny bit of
Leona to lane swap.
So the soldier from Niski, it does get the
To opt into a lane swap, even though we have a Camille who wants to get items and wants to get ahead.
Hey, we're not doing anything funky, but you can see it's minute 30 and SK are still on this top side, so Relevant probably going to just try and annoy.
So they're just going to walk in, try and disrupt Linkus's jungle. Okay, E start for Camille.
Absolutely does not win this level 1. Rest of the team now moving in. Photon already...
So Linkus sees this, and he still stands there, and then he gets hit a million times by Camille. Photon is drunk. Photon is drunk, so he walks into River, knowing that he's in a 2v1, takes a million hits, gets E'd by Leona, and then has to flash over the wall.
You talked about this looking and feeling like an MSI draft.
What the fuck is this?
Strategy as well, lane swap to get away from the early power of something like the Renata Callista. Thus far paying off for SK.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Luan, though, who's left without a job. So they're sending Irrelevant to top to actually farm with the Callista, so he gets, the Kaisa, so he gets some of the rest.
Actually, good early game by SK. Good early game plan, and then Leona's here, and then Leona can get over the wall with E, but Leona only has E because she's level 1.
outside of a lane swap. So many level 1 and level 2 champions fighting so aggressively, but it's just the nature of the swap.
I do kind of like this from SK though, because if you end up
6-month vacation play for sure. Vitality just on a 6-month vacation now. Shout out to Mac, by the way. The real 4D chess he was playing was getting a second paternity leave. You know what I mean? By doing this, he just gets a second paternity leave. Genius.
I'm sure Luon will be a little bit behind, but as a support, that's really not the end of the world.
So often, of course, there were adjustments made to tower plating early on, which is why SK are doing absolutely nothing. Might get a single plate here. It's going to take a little bit more time. Vitality already going to be most likely at 2 by the time SK are partway into the first. So that's the disadvantage. The good news is, of course, as you highlighted, experience so far in favor of Irrelevant. And when you look at top laners in a swap, it is all about XP. No one's getting any money. Photon, 42 gold, nice. So it's all about how much XP you can get, because when you do return to that lane phase, if you're a level 1 Cassante against a level 2 or a level 3 Camille, it is very unplayable.
Yeah, we're now getting the TP.
Gold, nice.
Okay, so Photon TPs. It could have been actually just a fake back from the duo lane, and that he could have just subjected himself to a dive right here, but he does get a few minions off of this wave and into the 1v1 versus Irrelevant.
Though is a little bit dark, because it is going to open up a bit of a gold lead for themselves in that bottom side. So it's going to be a case of Vitality can try and play through this bot side to punish Rahel and Luon, or if Irrelevant can try and use the advantages and the resource he has now to power SK through to a win.
Yeah. Right now, it's not too big of an advantage. And at this stage,
Photon contract ends this November. Man is leading Vitality 100% and likely LEC. I mean, he's good enough, I think, to be on an LCK team.
Bottom side, so we'll see how XP evens out.
This guy needs a real team, although he just did make a big boo-boo there.
And this obviously, whatever standard laning phase you are hoping for, even as we reset to normal lanes, this just throws a little bit, or everything a little bit off, right? Waves aren't in the spot that you would expect them to be. Junglers don't quite have the same pathing, so adaptability really going to be the name of the game here for Vitality, the team who did not initiate the swap.
Linces going to spot out Irrelevant. More here to Shadow, because Photon is pushing in this top side. It's a pretty sizable wave. Even brought Illisang up here, so definitely expecting SK to try and play off of Irrelevant in this top side of the map. I don't know if he got spotted there just in the corner, but there's no ping, so I don't think so. But Irrelevant definitely pinging that the jungler is probably on top side. Will spot the Sejuani there, so I'm going to try and play it safe on this top end.
Q3 ready to go.
Photon will be good on KT. Oh, come on, man. Perfect is like their best player right now. What?
Illisang just hoping to find an angle, anticipating the trade, bit of a knockback. Irrelevant ignited now. They're zoning him off the tower. Aggressive look from the side of Vitality. They get the flash out from Camille. Now they're going to force the TP back from Irrelevant.
Now, Hillsong has been so bad this summer. I mean, D+. I mean, we just watched a great series from Kingen today, but yeah, true. I mean, he could be on a lot of the teams in the LCK, most likely.
The fact that you can't get onto the Cassante with the Camille flash will make things a little bit simpler for the Cassante to farm up. But having the TP to get back means you're going to be able to pick up the wave, no problem.
Overall, though, 5 minutes in, we're back now to essentially normal lanes. Hillsang going to be a little behind in XP. It's just been a bit of time. He did catch XP on the top side, so it should balance out. And overall, despite having a much stronger 2v2 lane, Vitality are essentially dead even.
I'm a Kingen hater. Me too.
90 lead, really not that much. Once this gets a gank off here, it'll feel very different. But
I'm an entire DRX hater. I'm a DRX 2022 hater. Deft is the only one who still remains in favor in my heart.
So it's just a case of how well they can continue this pressure. And Instance is doing a good job at the moment of trying to shadow everywhere. I don't think they've actually managed to spot out exactly what Isma's up to. But,
I'm the one member of the Church of Willer. That's not fair. I think Willer is really good. I was raging at FearX for getting rid of Willer. Willer is like the best part of FearX. Zeka's popping off there. Oh, wow. What a surprise. Zeka pops off in an AD Yone meta. What a surprise.
This locked up briefly by the Zenith Blade. Niski tries to roam down, but is spotted on Vision. So Vitality keeping the pressure up means this gold lead is starting to grow for Carzzy.
Yeah, they really do need some help down here as SK. At least at the moment, you should be able to look at Linces' pathing and go, he should be moving back towards the top side, although Red Bull is going to spawn at a similar-ish time. So it looks like he's going to move back to this boss, because Isma's going to reset, move in to collect his own blue buff that's just spawned, and could maybe look for some sort of play on the bottom side. So I think Vitality bot lane, I was about to say looking for the reset, but level 6 has just been hit for Carzzy.
Level Level 6 for Karzi. Hillsang, level 3. Look for the handshake. Cleanse already comes out a little bit ahead of schedule. Hillsang.
For the reset, but level 6 has just been hit for Karzi.
A plate differential pretty extreme. Favor of Vitality as we expect with the changes that were made to the plates.
Hillsang locked up for a brief moment. It means the play is going to fizzle, but SK, again, chunking
He's faking the back and trying to punish the push out. Level 6 for Karzi, though, very early.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a mistake from Vitality. I think they could have just gone for the reset, spent that gold, but now Niski's here, Isma's shadowing. Linkus in the same position.
Surely Linkus doesn't go in here. They should not fight this. They should not fight this. Oh my god. Why are they fighting this? They have an Aurelian Soul.
Mistake from Vitality. I think they could have just gone for the reset, spent that gold, but now Niski's here, Isma's.
They may not know. Niski's playing on the edge of vision. They may. No, they should surely see him. They surely see him. Plus, they know he's. He's AF. He's MIA, right? Yeah, they're pinging him. Why are we going? Why are we going in? Why are we going in? Oh my god. Yeah, play like that around Aurelian Soul. Based JK. Enjoyed the cooking stream. Thank you. Your Twitch Prime subscription. We will do more of the cooking streams. He walked down through a ward. They always know. Oh, it's true. He literally walked through a pink ward that he pinged. So they pinged him as he walks down through the pink ward, and then they're like, yes, now is the time to go in on Rahel, who still has flash. Except they actually go on to Leona. Leona flashes, and they can't kill Leona because it's Leona, and then we just trade flash for flash, and Karzi dies. Gross. That was terrible. Karzi's been good too, but that was not good. I mean, Karzi's been good in general this year. Very good.
Still, getting that early kill was the same yesterday was crucial to the success of G2, and Vitality have fumbled once again.
And this is not an easy game to play Callisto, right? You get locked in by that Camille in the later stages of the game. The Xin, so hard to deal damage against. Falling behind is incredibly rough. And you're right, ultimately fishing for the play got them a bit of damage. But losing their life in the trade.
Why is Bot not backing lol? They see double gank coming for years. It's not even that they're not backing. They are all inning a Leona with flash up. It's not even that they're not backing. It's that they are choosing to play aggressively.
And Linces knew it, but just wasn't in a position to really help out. And now SK coming back out of the map, you've got that advantage at least evened out in the bottom.
Vitality just desperate for vacation time.
Having early access to that ult means it's so much harder for Vitality to take any kind of skirmish. Once it's just now hitting level 6 means he can try to start some plays of his own, but SK pulling ahead a bit here in the early game. And certainly when you look at that Camille on the top side, we know that there's this inevitability to irrelevant in this game. A bit of a timer on Vitality. Isn't perfect.
That was unfortunate for Luan. And the wall can just
Yep, face check the Xin Zhao. Oh, look, he gets his WE right onto Karzi. Nice handshake, though. Nice handshake. Isma feels like we might have been able to flash for that one. Feels like we might have been able to flash for the knock-up, but maybe he's outside of flash range, looks like. Flash for the third auto from Q.
Does he start Drake? Does he walk bot lane? Ultimately starts the Drake, but it's going to proc the Sejuani passive. He'll be a bit squishier.
But they're concerned about the Sejuani too. That's fair enough.
I don't know if you want to try and take this as Vitality. He should hit 6 off this wave if Rahel can clear it out fast enough. And Isma ticking over to level 7. Video having push in mid is helpful as actually it's going to be Niski going
Leona 6. Hillsang.
And now top versus bot side irrelevant. Essentially out of mana. Q3 not really going to hit, but it does manage to clip Niski. Irrelevant now going to be in trouble. Photon does a good amount of damage, but there's just too many members top side. Damage is good. Photon.
They just decide on the cross map instead. That's nice. Camille getting ahead is pretty huge.
Already that first spawn. Isma obviously pretty far ahead in the jungle individually. Got that kill. Was able to grab all 3 of the grubs. Only now have Vitality been able to trade back and get that Drake. Here, SK crossover to the 6 grub threshold. Vitality are stronger in early skirmishes on paper, so they want to try and take this fight. Excellent ulti.
I mean, they catch Rahel, but that's a huge ult from Hillsang, though. They force Rahel's flash as well. And Camille's just not there. Nice old combo from Aurelion Sol and Renata. Why are we even taking these grubs, though, if we're SK? Because, like, sure, you get the kill, but Photon, there is no TP on Irrelevant yet. Photon is already TP'd back in after dying. And we're making the play, like, 20 seconds after that happens. And Camille has no TP to get to this fight. This is so greedy from SK, honestly.
Crossover to the 6-grub threshold. Vitality are stronger in early skirmishes on paper, so they want to try and take this fight. Excellent ulti onto Rahel to kick things off. Rahel trapped in the back of the pit. Carzy just going to continue to walk forward. Good ulti coming in from VTO, landing onto 3, but that dragon
really weird call from SK. Camille could TP. No, she can't. TP's down. If you look at it right here, TP's down. TP's down, TP's down, TP's still down. It's just super hard to see. TP's down that whole time. Like, she might have been able to TP super late, but the play was already fucked up. Camille TP's into bot lane. So he's like, well, we'll just cross map again. I'll get a plate. Or 2. Gets 2 plates, actually. Not bad.
Very unfortunate, but good confidence in how strong their composition was. Good angle from VTO.
Rahel then goes, okay, I've got to use this ultimate to try and get out of here, but VTO sets up with the ultimate perfectly to set down several members of SK, and especially the fact that you have Photon here, as Irrelevant was only trying to get into position, meant that everything went right for Vitality in that play.
And this is exactly the kind of thing they need to turn around a game that has been not super explosive, definitely not as much successful trading on the bottom side as they would have liked, given the early priority on the Kalista and the Renata. The good news is, late game insurance scaling policy in the mid lane. VTO stacking pretty damn well. 115, 12 minutes into the game. And look, Aurelion Sol, still terrifying. We don't see him as much, but the stacks matter. They're going to start adding up eventually.
Dragons are scary.
Dragons, yeah, just generally. There's one thing that we've learned. Except for the ones, hilariously, that spawn in the pit. They really don't do anything.
Not even a little.
Just like this dragon, and like if you queue up in solo...
These players don't stand a chance against the LCK. Nope. I mean, game would be over there, basically.
No, if he's on the enemy team, you're like...
Against a good Chinese or Korean team. Like, you can't make a mistake like that.
But otherwise, no.
It's a super easy fight to take that powers up the Aurelion Sol as well.
Evolved Aurelion Sol or empowered Aurelion Sol ultimate is available for VTO. Next fight, Vitality should be much stronger. Completed item for Rahel does mean that he's going to clear the waves much faster, and that is going to make it difficult for Carzy to contest mid lane.
And that's where it's going to open up Hylissang to make so many moves around the map. You can already see him kind of threatening, moving in towards that top side. Now moving bot, linking up with both Linces and Carzy. They want to try and
bad LCK teams are really bad. Yeah, but there are fewer bad LCK teams than normal this split. I mean, the playoffs as it stands might actually be kind of interesting. Except for Gen G, who's super good. Nice kill onto Rahel. Ooh, unfortunate that Carzy got that instead of VTO. Dude, once you get Rylai's, Aurelion Sol's so nasty. Hyper Busta move. Thank you for Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you.
Not gonna quite. Actually, might get the last plate here as well, and that's big. First tower 2, an additional 300 gold for SK. So in terms of net gold, they still went out on the trade.
I was also going to say, you don't really get mid-tower. And look at the timer for Dragon. Like, a lot of those ultimates going to be a little bit iffy as to whether they're back up on time. So SK may be able to then look towards a Dragon take just off the back of ult economy. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to make that one work, as Relevant definitely putting the herd onto Photon now on the spot side should give them control. But with Vitality a little bit behind the play, it looks like they're going to turn over towards Rift Tower rather than the Dragon.
Setting up a top side. Don't want to overcommit. Of course, Linces spotted on a bit of vision there. Not sure if he's aware, but furious pings coming out from Vitality, trying to coordinate play around the mid lane. They do not want to lose anything on this tower. They know Rahel is out of summoner spells. Handshake coming in, delayed though. The lock
what?
The bailout might not be enough. Rahel, so many spears stacking.
Oh, they barely missed the... What is this play, though?
Anything on this tower.
So they miss it. They miss it. They missed the ult from Kalista.
Not sure if he's aware, but furious pings coming out from Vitality, trying to coordinate play around the mid lane. They do not want to lose.
So they try and make a proactive play here, but they just miss it because Rahel is able to dash out.
coordinate play around the it's going to
Right? That's so funny. They miss it. And so they just get in range to eat all of Callista's damage. And I mean, I guess they get the kill. It's amazing, actually, they do so well in this fight. I mean, it's a nice attempt on a punish for pushing out into mid lane, but Rahel does get the handshake, and Hillsong almost stays alive with bailout here. It is incredibly close, right? Because there's the rend immediately afterwards. Isma has a super late ult here. He needs to ult way earlier. He ults so late, he's like already been taken away by the Cassante. He has a chance to stop the follow-up onto Luan and him there, and he doesn't do it. Thing is that Camille is getting stronger and stronger, which is going to be really a problem for the rest of the game because nobody can stop Camille's split push on Vitality.
They need to make sure that Irrelevant wins this game for them because he's the one that they've invested all these resources in.
Definitely. V2 also only continuing to stack as these fights happen, getting so much. But now Niski trying to solo take the objective here.
Ooh, that's not great for Vitality. Chemtech Soul, after they spend a lot being able to get into a position to have early Drake lead here.
He needs to finish this. Wind becomes lightning. Isma can go over the wall. Should smite it and take
Good call by Niski to take this Herald, though. You know, SK, in spite of the mistakes SK is making, they are actually cross-mapping pretty well every other time, so they're not losing as badly as they could.
Get that takeaway because Vitality were definitely fishing for it. They'd already started to move so many members in towards the mid lane, but we're going to get the replay coming through here. And again, just good coordination. Send in Hillsang. He gets right up personal with Rahel.
Hillsang never gets a chance to ult because he's stun locked by Leona.
Vitality were like, look, we don't care about bot tower.
Isma should have ulted earlier.
One in this game, not the bloody start that he might have been hoping for, but a bloody mid game. 1.5 items now. Rahel very much behind. 1.9k goal lead for that Kalista. Decent tools as SK get later. Again, you mentioned Irrelevant to shut down Karzi, but it's not gonna. It has to be respected.
Like, okay,
the waiting over the wall. Ulti going down for VTO. Going to find two members locked up. Niski trying to find the angle to push them back in. Flashback does not connect on the Dragon though. Linces immediately retreating. 2 quick kills. The bot lane from Vitality. The lead for VTO. Going to find handshake there. Immediate ulti to
having the Rift Tower.
So we're just fighting over an empty Baron pit?
Biggest issue is
we're just fighting over an empty Baron pit? They think they catch... Isma has ult. Now he ulted at the right time. This time Irrelevant just goes into pit.
The biggest issue is one that you already talked about is
handshake there. Immediate ult.
So it's a nice ulti because he draws out Sejuani ult and he can't take any damage, so VTO can't follow up. Irrelevant gets into pit with E. Irrelevant going to go ahead and ult Karzi, and they have the follow-up from Luan. Watch Luan here. He's able to Hex Flash in to help Irrelevant, and Rahel is on the flank. So they just CC Karzi, who has all of that damage, and then they get a huge shutdown, which is going to help Rahel get back into this game. It's a double. It's massive. You can almost catch up with Karzi in terms of gold from that.
And this time around, it's SK saying, hey, look, we have the teleport advantage. So they move Irrelevant up into that top side to match the play from Vitality. Now they get the mid lane. And Photon has to walk his way from that bottom lane all the way to mid. But I think the play, they have already fizzled it over Hell. Yeah, there they go. We'll need to get the tower.
Tower falling. And again, for so many of these plays, Vitality have just had the man advantage. SK haven't been in a position to punish, but this time around, Irrelevant and Niski were there. So it wasn't nearly as one-sided, but the side lane pressure...
Irrelevant is absolutely massive now. Yeah, look at that. It was a 1,700 gold lead. It's now down to 500. What a weird engage. Isma does do a good job with the Crescent Guard, though. Honestly, credit for Luan for the follow-up on this play, too. Because Isma also just... Really everybody committing. Nice flash from Isma to go in there. They realize they have that opportunity. And the Glacial Prison was just wasted because Isma hit his ult first.
against a Xin, against a Camille, and now the 2-item Kaisa, just not nearly as threatening. However, BTO continues to stack, 193, 18 minutes seconds until Drake. Reading objectives in these two here.
It's also, you got to be so careful when you enter in towards fight as Vitality, because if you have Irrelevant coming in from a flank angle, he's so good at jumping onto Karzi, jumping onto BDO, but also opening up for Hell to ult in onto the back line, dodge away from some of the Hylissang ult, and set up for a quick pick. So this is definitely where you might be setting up vision for us.
Stun onto Isma. We'll try to get the ultimate off. So far the CC layered beautifully. Isma immediately going to heal up a little bit more, courtesy of the Sundered Sky, but should just get dropped down here. Jungler deleted, and now Vitality want to keep going. Luan running for his life. Rahel lays down a bit more poke. Powered blast cone, the Chemtech blast cone can't take Luan out. He takes his time to make sure the angle is.
What was that ult?
Now Vitality want to keep going. Luan running for his life. Rahel lays down a bit more poke. Powered blast cone, the Chemtech blast cone can't take Luan out. He takes his time to make
Just misses Niski straight up. I guess it's a zoning. It's a zoning ult onto Niski, so he doesn't follow up on that play. Thing is, they don't have this. I mean, it's 15 seconds now, and you don't have a Renata ult, and you don't have a Glacial Prison because we just used both of those.
So far the CC layered away from some of the Hylissang ult and set up for a quick pick. So this is definitely where you might be setting up vision for us.
So far the CC layered beautifully. Isma immediately going to heal up a little bit more, courtesy of the Sundered Sky, but should just get dropped down.
All right, so he does die. Oblivious, thank you for your tier or your Prime subscription. I appreciate you.
Make sure the angle is good. Hostile takeover goes completely wide, but Vitality have the setup on Drake.
SK were skipping steps.
So Yzma does die, but they don't have a lot to work with right here, and they can't stop the Camille split push. So SK has a chance here just to kind of waste time and get Camille tier 2 local gold, potentially.
You can still see Irrelevant pushing in that top side, trying to answer for something, but
I mean, Yzma's going to come back up, so they need to be decisive about whether they're taking this Drake or not if they're going to respond to Camille. Camille has TP as well. I mean, they don't have Glacial Prison, and they don't have Hostile Takeover, so I don't think they can do this now that Yzma's back up and Camille can TP. Irrelevant playing this well, too. He's backing off of the wave, so he's threatening the TP the whole time, and now they can just do it for free. The ults aren't there. It's a good call for Vitality to back off.
They have vision. Is he willing to flip it here?
No.
Answer, not going to
put it going over to SK.
Now for VTO to get his second stack of the Skies Descend, the Empowered Ultimate. Quick thumbs up because there's not another member. Irrelevant needs to find a way out. Will be easy. Camille again, that hook shot. Over pushing here on the side. The impossible skill to interrupt. An abundance of cooldowns.
You've no TP on video.
Now Niski's getting caught out. Every single sideline really committed to over pushing.
I mean, he's not caught out, though, because Luan's there, and you have a Camille with TP up. Nice kill. Good call from SK. That was a good bait.
Sure, went aggressive, but it was the good call, right? Because Irrelevant has the TP in bot side. It's just saying video doesn't. So always that's going to
You knew you had TP advantage there. Oh my god, great stun.
More pokes onto Hylissang, dies before he can even use the bailout. Yeah, excuse me, Irrelevant's TP in the previous play.
Alright, so now it's just free Baron.
Keep your eyes on this Kaisa in his ear because they're going to obliterate this objective. Vitality now desperate to get something back. VTO ultimate is powerful and Irrelevant's taking a decent amount of damage, but SK can't just turn off the objective and start the fight. Big chunk of damage initially, and that's the empowered ultimate from VTO coming in. Niski going to flash backwards. Rahel now stepping up a bit more damage. Photon could isolate the 80 carry, but Rahel just flashes over the wall.
Nice job for Rahel, just getting the Aurelion Souls. The most important thing. Turn on to Linkus. Yep, Photon 1 HP. Okay, he kills one, but you're able to get it. Nice turn. The thing is you powered up this Camille even more. Like, I'm not sure they even care about getting the Baron there. This Camille is so terrifying now.
Irrelevant will get the kill, but it's a big win for SK. They may not have got
gold advantage.
You see here, Niski's like, cool, I can take this.
1,000 for Irrelevant. The entire top side for SK is just so damn far ahead.
And that's the thing, the ticking time bomb of 3 items for Camille is very quickly coming, but you see here, Niski's like,
Link is using the flash there is pretty bad. And they use Glacial Prison, but it doesn't even actually save Karzi. Vitality, I think, had a very good position in this game, but they've completely thrown it through bad positioning. I don't think SK's played, flawless by any means. I mean, I don't know why they were overplaying on the top side when Camille had no TP, but It's like Vitality just gets cross-mapped constantly or gets baited into these traps.
Committing to the top strike. They thought he was too tanky. He was not, and now Vitality starts the objective. If they secure this, everything swings back in their favor. It's all in the smite. It's all in the execution. SK, are they willing to take the fight at a man disadvantage? Photon zoning, trying to keep the jungler out of the pit. They want to delete Ismo once again. That ultimate doing nothing. Vitality focused on the objective. Clean calls here in the moment. Niski waiting over the wall. Wants to bring it back. Vitality stop there. Baron, can SK do the same? Niski off to the side. Unstoppable now. The interrupt coming in for Photon. Pushback is good. Ulti not going to connect on anybody, but Niski's already. Again, that ultimate. Everything swings back in their favor. It's all in the smite. It's all in the execution. SK, are they willing to take the fight at a man disadvantage?
Does Yzma have ult here? So Yzma has ult. Yzma's ult usage has been good at some points in this game, but like super questionable other times. Why are we... You know, first off, we get Irrelevant just gets caught out here. Like he literally face checks a brush. He's the Camille. They actually literally have a Leona, but Irrelevant face checks the brush instead. When Luan needs to be the one clearing that out.
They just want to try and force the objective again. They use the empowered ultimate from VTO.
Especially when you don't have flash. It's like just wait for Luan. He's literally clearing wards out of the top, out of try. He actually is going back, I think, to buy more wards there, or to refresh his item. I mean, they have eyes on the Baron too, so it, you know, because they actually have eyes onto the Baron, it's just completely pointless to face check this brush. It's completely pointless to face check this brush. They're not doing Baron. You can actually just slowly get vision control here. Luan was trying to back to get more wards. And instead, Yzma, nobody checks that even though it's a visible ward. Yzma doesn't feel like using Crescent Guard, so he just dies. Okay.
Focused on the objective. Clean calls here in the moment. Niski waiting over the wall. Wants to bring it back. Vitality stop there. Baron, can SK do the same? Niski off to the side. Unstoppable now. The interrupt coming in from Photon. Pushback is good. Ulti not going to connect on anybody, but Niski's...
I just walk in one by one and die? What the hell?
The objective. Vitality should just take the Baron here, but it's taken it.
What a weird game.
4 seconds on Irrelevant. He does have the TP up and available. SK, how crazy are they? Just continue to channel. Objective down. Vitality like that. Swing the gold back in their favor, but it's already Irrelevant. The side lane pushing. Looking to get some gold of his own.
Yeah, the TP onto the minion is crucial there. Should stop that wave from being able to crash on the tower, but Vitality, just when they look like they were about to choke it out, they were running out of breath.
He's basically dead when he uses it. Well, what I'm saying is you Crescent Guard when at the start of the fight, right? Because once they're already on top of you and there's a Callista, you know, jumping in your face and using Rend inside the Crescent Guard doesn't do anything. You have to use it as a knockback when they try and engage on you.
That's just a little bit too far.
Holding on, they're happy to give across this third dragon. It looks like they just don't really feel like they have any pressure on the map. But as long as Vitality have this Baron, SK really can't threaten too much with Irrelevant. But they are going to threaten with Niski, who is eyeing up that tier 2 on the bottom side. So honestly, trade for that mid tower. It's not the end of the world, and he can keep going for the inhibitor. Has the 4 Void Grubs.
As for Void Grubs, can keep pushing as you highlighted, but will probably lose the inhibitor here. Vitality should just step up and take this. Don't want to overcommit. You can see recalls coming in for VTO now to make sure that he can defend the inhibitor. No TP for Niski. No empowered recall means if Vitality get aggressive here, the Azir will not be involved. Ultimately, SK, though, going to respect it.
So you actually get a nit-hib off of this push. They will get this tier 2 turret. Luan actually flashes in for this play? What? He's got no follow-up from his team. Like, I guess he just sees that he might be able to get Karzi, but he doesn't get Karzi, and Photon's able just to zone him out. Yzma's on the flank. I think Luan thought he could maybe, like, flash E or flash Q Karzi, but that doesn't happen. Also, Karzi has 2 sums up, so it just wasn't ever going to happen. A lot of weird plays by SK this game.
Might just try to go for the throw here. Niski's going to be on the way. The recall finally going to come through, but the TP coming through even faster from Vatio. They've already locked up Irrelevant. Hextech ultimatum, not going to buy him any more space. Photon, the one to step up again in the clutch. This Kazante has been everything for Vitality. Niski going to whip completely. Vitality, can they afford to go for the end here? 2 inhibitors has to be enough. Blinking.
Wow, Acel's going to be huge now, too. Oh, ult onto Karzi. Nice job. So why isn't the team actually covering Karzi on the exit? Like, they don't respect the Kai'Sa ult whatsoever, and VTO's just calmly flying over walls, I guess. They also get to soul point, so Vitality should be feeling great at this point in time, even though they have a very small lead.
It eases up a little bit. We can play a little bit more aggressive in defending that final inhibitor, even playing up around this Baron that's about to spawn in 2.5 minutes time, but not getting that inhibitor was crucial. That was the linchpin of that entire trade.
Yeah, that was awful. In the end, that was truly terrible for SK. You can see the logic, but the tiny mistakes that we saw left and right ultimately is making it such a bad deal for them. VTO still a couple stacks away to the next charge on the empowered ultimate. We'll see if he can get it before Baron spawns. 2 minutes, should have the time. Vitality want to continue sieging. They still have to respect the flank from Irrelevant, but Irrelevant forced more and more to pay attention to Photon, someone who was falling behind in the one.
So right now, Vitality can easily just play for the next Baron. They do not have to do anything. They can clear wards, recall, play for next Baron. Oh my god, are we diving this turret? Why? So they see Camille, I guess, and that's going to trigger the dive here. Huge ult, actually. Okay, okay, they didn't. Nobody died. You forced TP. Okay, good, good. Now they can't clear waves. You have waves on their nexus. A little bit dicey there, but you had the big Aurelion Soul ult. You can all recall now. Set up for Baron. Yes. Okay, Vitality. Yes. You're not gonna have Aurelion Soul ult for the next Baron though. That might actually be kind of important. You actually have no ult, so you have to wait for ults. Please wait for ults, Vitality. Push waves. Wait for ults. They do not have TP. There is no TP, right? So that means Niski has to be in this lane. Okay, so the Camille split, not going to be a threat. So you actually can just push waves right now. Play with TP advantage. I don't think they had to go that deep, but at least they got the... You have to wait for ults. You have to wait for ults.
SK still have to play into the dark, though. They need to try and find a way, push out mid, group on, clear out the vision that Vitality have already...
They don't have... They don't have Sejuani ult yet.
That top side goes dark again, and they just do not know.
So they have perfect vision control because they have pushing waves. They can actually just start Baron and force TP. Just start Baron and force TP. They have to come. Yes. Yes. Force TP. You cannot lose this Baron. You have Callista. It's impossible for them to steal this. Okay, he's finished it. It's fine. Nice. Really nice job. Hostile takeover into Photon flashing to ult him out. It's not even necessary, guys, because they have Callista. So it's not possible to steal that Baron regardless. Oh my god, he missed Glacial Prison. So now they don't have Glacial Prison, they don't have Hostile Takeover, and they don't have... they just have to leave. They have to leave. They have to leave. Nobody uses Flash. Nobody uses Flash. Nobody uses Flash. Just Flash! They use the thing is that they use 3 ults to secure this. So they have to flash on the way out. They have to just get out as fast as they possibly can. Because even though they do a good job of keeping Yzma from getting the steal, the thing is there should never be an opportunity for Yzma to steal this. Why? It was a good use of ults, right? Well, not the Glacial Prison. That was terrible. But using Hostile Takeover into the Cassante ult to remove Yzma is good under normal circumstances. But when you have Callista and you have a Smite, they can't steal the Baron. You need to coordinate that. It is actually impossible to steal that. It is impossible to steal that. So you don't need to use 3 ults to get rid of Yzma, even though it was pretty well done. And you have to flash the engage. I mean, well done by Niski, though, right? But they turn onto the Camille. So they all die, even though they get Baron. Okay. And I guess that's just the end of the game. Really? That's just the end of the game? That's crazy. Well, Niski makes the huge play. Credit to him. Well, like, the most confusing thing is that they actually should not be able to steal that Drake, so you don't have to zone Yzma that hard.
Photon took out Yzma, but left his team for dust, and Niski saw his opportunity. Rahel diving into the back line. And what looked like Vitality finding the win they needed. Now may be SK taking their spot.
For the first time since 2015, SK. So
God, the Camille damage on these turrets is so crazy they can just end.
But they will lock first in the LEC regular season. Lince is the rest of the team powerless to stop them.
Damn, dude. Vitality, I think, didn't even play that badly that game, but it was so terrible. All right, guys, we will probably be back tomorrow. I'm not sure because I might have some other stuff to do. It might be a shorter stream tomorrow in any case, but thanks for watching. I'll see you later.